What you trying to implement? What you trying to get today? What battle you fighting now? I don't think you're fighting wrong way. I don't think you're fighting wrong way. I think that you've given up the war. My sins follow me around, like they're hunting me, like they're haunting me. Don't look now, there's another coming round. My sins follow me around, like they're hunting me, like they're haunting me. Don't look now, there's another coming round. Here they come, round the mountain, thousands, howling in the distance, drowning out my prayers, whispering he ain't listening. It don't make a difference, give up and just give in. You are not forgiven, might as well keep sinning. It'd be easy, their religion, on a mission, and they're screaming, stop believing. My sins follow me around, like they're hunting me, like they're haunting me. Don't look now, there's another coming round. My sins follow me around, like they're hunting me, like they're haunting me. Don't look now, there's another coming round. Here they come, military war drum, banging every maelstrom, claiming on my outcome, raining accusation, claiming that my income means I'll never make it. I'm walking a tightrope like a razor blade kid. Someone stop me, I don't want this, but I ain't stopping. All directions are a problem. Oh. My sins follow me around, like they're hunting me, like they're haunting me. Don't look now, there's another coming round.
everybody. Happy, what is it, Monday? May the 4th be with you. Today we're going to look at Metatron. No, we're not going to wreck him. Okay? It's not a, oh, we're going to own him. No, there's hope for Metatron. You know what I mean? He can be guided in his path. I think he recently became a father. What is Metatron? He's a big YouTuber who's been definitely influenced more recently by Andrew's stuff and leaning more into traditionalism, Christianity. And this is the hard part for people, I think, when they move. And I remember going through it myself, going through a libertarian phase. I don't know if you guys went through that phase. And then you get to a general God view, and it kind of leans culturally traditional Christian, but you don't say anything. You don't want to get rigorous with it because then you know your aversion to religiosity or dogma, your aversion to dogma starts to cut in, which is kind of ironic because the aversion to dogma itself would be a type of dogma. And so, like dogma, tradition is something that you as a man or a woman, a mother or a father, you can't really escape it. There's no escaping it. You can't escape it. And there's a reason you can't escape it. It's because it's a part of reality. It's a part of the continuation of the human existence. It's impossible to avoid. So what you see happen is a counter tradition where you think you're avoiding something, but you're not. Like the atheist thinks their counter ministry isn't itself a type of ministry. It is. And so this kind of struck me because I think Metatron is a really good public example of it. And I think he could be guided to orthodoxy. But you kind of have to meet him where he's at. And so that's what I'm going to try to do today is try to meet him where he's at in his post. You know, I'm going to read his post and bring it on the screen and everything like that. But to preface it, you know, we'll get further into it, but the preface is really that if you're going to teach your child anything, you've either adopted or grafted yourself into an existing tradition, or you're going to make a new one. It's really simple. It's very simple, descriptive truth. The moment you have to teach your children something, you're either continuing an existing tradition or you're going to create a new tradition. And in the attempt to create a new tradition, you'll probably be borrowing from existing traditions. Honestly, I don't know if anyone is ever truly creating a new tradition or they are morphing an existing thing into their own unique iteration, customization, synthesis. So you can't avoid it, right? And this is key for people who claim Christianity. It's really important to not just push back, but appropriately interject, and hopefully in a way that guides them closer to the narrow road, because they start on a broad road of Christianity. It's just broad, and they're fine with it. It's almost comfortable. It's very comfortable to be broad. It's less comfortable to be narrow. It's less comfortable being on a balance beam. You can get pushed off, you know. It makes sense. But I have to remember that people are in different places in their journey spiritually. And if they're leaning into Christianity at all, it's a better sign than not. So Metatron is one of those examples. So we're going to look at his words and try to kind of dissect why he's not going to escape any tradition at all. So if you're not going to escape any tradition, you might as well find the true holy tradition. You might as well. Also heard Father Seraphim Rose is being canonized by Rokor soon. Please pray and praise God. That is something I didn't know, but I heard talks about that, and I'm not surprised. All right. And don't forget to like the stream. New tradition is like an oxymoron. It is. It is. Yeah. So, we'll take a look right here, right? Christian says, meet them where they're at, but isn't that the case for all? Be it, yeah, we meet them where they're at. Where they're at shows up. I definitely met Shad where he's at. And where he was at was in a straight up reaction. That's where he was at. What's up with these sword YouTubers low-key trying to get in on Christian apologetics? First Shad, now Metatron. I don't know if Metatron is doing apologetics, to be fair. You know, Shad came in hot, and he has no place to stand. He's making an affirmative claim for Mormonism LDS. Metatron is the opposite. He's facing a direction. He's not yet standing in a position. He's facing in a direction. Shad was standing in a position, a firm position, and he's getting rowdy about it. And so, you know, Metatron is taking... Now, there is some firm stance, as you'll see in the tweet that I'm going to pull up. There is a firm stance underneath here, but I think he can be... I think he can be guided. I think people who develop a relationship with him, that's why I hope he's, you know, in direct contact with maybe Andrew or Jay at some point, or anyone else, maybe people who aren't known who can help him out. So we'll take a look. He's very intelligent. Well, he sees all these other things, right? And this is the crux of it, is like, you're going to see an increased trend of men who are influential, who are seeing the lie of feminism. So Rachel just got reposted by Elon Musk. That's pretty massive in regards to focusing in on the lie of feminism. Now, what you'll see is a phenomenon of people jumping on the anti-feminist train, but not taking the train home. We're trying to get the train home. You know, they'll get on the train and they'll be like, oh yeah, all of this stuff is true. And then they kind of like jump off, you know? And I get it. It's like you're being, if you're on that train on your way home, it feels like you're shedding scales. It feels like you're shedding an identity. It feels like you're being thrown through the eye of the needle where nothing else can fit through but the truth. And that's kind of, that's not very comfortable. But it's something that's, you know, once they're on the train, our job is to keep them on the train. It's not enough to just affirm or let's say negate feminism. You have to eventually come to the proper, true paradigm for why feminism is an inversion. Why? What is it perverting? Thank you for your taxes. And so you can't really do that without orthodoxy. And so that's the opportunity. Tradition is an opportunity as well. It's an opportunity. It's not just a correction to Metatron, like, oh, you're taking a soft, non-denominational, that's an L or whatever. We can do that all day and night, but the thing is, it's like there's an opportunity, and people need to see orthodoxy as an opportunity, not as a gavel. There is a time for a gavel. There is a time for fighting. There is a time for debate and everything else. But that's something that I think we should be considering. So anyway, let's look at it. Let's just look at it. Oh, Vagine has something to say, of course. Speaking of trains.
Speaking of trains, have you heard of Juggernaut's theory? We love sacrifice ourselves to the metal vehicles.
I've never heard that, Vagine. I did see a viral video of you, Vagine, eating, and I was truly disgusted. I mean, just so horrified. Shame on your entire culture. No offense. All right, let's take a look-see. All right, let's get this bigger here so we can see it. All right. Okay, here we have Metatron making a big announcement post, right? And this is actually good because when people are ineffectual and sort of stagnant and they don't really care, they don't do these posts. They don't make these posts. He feels obligated to make a stance. That's a good indication. Okay, I'm going to try to take this as charitably as possible. This is not a wreck, Metatron. All right, he says, since I publicly said I'm going to raise my child Christian, people have been leaving comments that look like this. Make sure he is Protestant. Catholics aren't Christians. Make sure he is Catholic. Only Catholics are Christians. And every other flavor. I'm going to say it bluntly. If you believe Jesus is God and you believe he was resurrected, you're a Christian. I don't care which version still fits the definition. The doctrinal differences on everything else could make you right or wrong on doctrine, but you still are a Christian no matter what. If Orthodox, Catholic, and all the rest. The idea of a denominational exclusivity whereby only your single version makes you a Christian is satanic and of the devil. Now that's where he really overstepped. Everything up to the point is predictable and you can be guided through. That position is way over the top. He wants to push people away from considering themselves Christians. The Lord wants us all to come to him. I am not willing to change my mind on this view. That right there is a red flag. I'm not willing to change my mind on the view. Now, I want to show you if, it's very unlikely Metatron will see this take, but maybe someone who takes this take to him, he'll see it. A bunch of problems already. There's a type of contradiction here. The making the claim, if you believe Jesus is God and you believe he was resurrected, you're a Christian, is itself an exclusive position. Metatron. Your argument is against exclusivity of a certain position, but you're making a claim of a certain position. You made the claim. If you believe Jesus is God and you believe he was resurrected, you're a Christian. That's exclusivity. But you're arguing against exclusivity. Further, you write that the doctrinal differences on everything else could make you right or wrong on doctrine, but you're still a Christian no matter what, if Orthodox, Catholic, and all the rest. He says the idea of denominational exclusivity, whereby only your single version makes you a Christian, is satanic. No. Christ himself, Metatron, gave you a church, not plural. He gave you a church. If you're Christian, the only way you understand or come to know that Jesus is God, doctrinal. You believe he was resurrected, doctrinal. The only way you came to know that is by relying on a true church that preserved the revelation, the life, the defeating of death, the Great Commission, the apostles, the 70 more, the disciples, the bishops, the priests, the councils, the tradition. You only know of Jesus Christ, Metatron, because you appeal to the thing you're actually currently rejecting, which is an exclusive church, singular, not plural. One church, not plural. Christ's body, the church, is not made up of incompatible Legos that you melt a little bit and force together. Okay? I'm not willing to change my mind. Now, you want to approach if you knew this guy, I don't personally, you would approach him a little bit gently, because someone who feels backed into a corner and says outright, I'm not going to change my mind, they're feeling probably a bit defensive right off the bat. They're basically saying, I'm going to bite you if you try. So you give them some time or whatever. Now, I don't know him personally, so I don't need to give any time. It's just, you got to point out what's incorrect about this and what's good about this. What's good about it is he wants to plant his feet. What's bad about it is he can't really raise his kid Christian, right? Keep in mind the first sentence here, right? Since I publicly said I'm going to raise my child Christian. Okay, well, I wrote him a response, right? The response I wrote is, raising a child Christian means tradition. What does it mean to raise someone any particular way? You're teaching them a set of behaviors, a set of beliefs, a way of being, a way of living your life. If your child is merely, child merely has to state a proposition about Christ, Christ is God, Christ resurrected, and that constitutes Christian, then you're not raising them to be something. You're raising them to say something. That's it. Propositional Christians, I call them. That's a real thing. I'm a propositional Christian. Oh, what's your practices? No, I don't do any of that. If you're a Christian, Metatron, you're guided to hold steadfast to the traditions. The traditions you're told to hold steadfast to from Paul isn't a plurality. There's no tradition that's held to by the apostles and everyone that followed that says, don't worry, as long as you just say Christ is God and he resurrected, you're good. There is no historical Christian tradition that you could raise a kid to believe that exists for 2,000 years. That points to the soft proposition Christianity, that you just say things, you just declare things, and that's it. Your kid has to eventually ask you, Metatron, Daddy, where is the practice? No, I told you, kid, you just said Christ is God and he resurrected. We're good. Wait, yeah, but where do I go? Where do you go to church for that? You've just included every single church that starts with the proposition, right? Metatron, I don't know if you noticed, but there are a whole slew of claimed churches that have female priests and gay priests and everything else in between that actually agree with you. They think Christ is God, and they believe he's resurrected. Are you going to take your kid to that church? And this is why you can't avoid tradition. You can't anything you can point to in human history where a way of life is carried forward. It's not carried forward without tradition. The family itself is an icon of the church. The family itself is an expression of a metaphysical and physical structure. It's an expression, an image, if you will, of the church itself, structurally. And what is a family if not the passing down of your beliefs and wisdom and knowledge and praxis through your generations, down through the children? In a sense, they're born into. You're ongoingly, in a sense, baptizing them into what the family believes. ongoing, every day, every single day. And you're expecting them to hold steadfast to the traditions of your family. Okay, that's basically what you're saying when you're a father, when you're a mother. The parents are teaching the kids to hold steadfast to what you've learned. Now, if you just replace Christianity with whatever you write and whatever you say, you're still saying what Paul said, but you're just saying you're Paul. You're just swapping out what it is. Oh, yeah, oh, my children, please, everything I teach you, please hold steadfast to it, both written and word. But you can't call yourself a Christian if you're just going to replace those teachings with your own pseudo teachings. You can't do it. And nobody does it. The atheist doesn't escape tradition. Obviously all of the rainbow people, they're a perfect example of people who claim to be rejecting some well-established traditional norms, and yet they're doubling down on them and just inverting them. They almost desire traditionalism more than the ordinary person who's just kind of living their life. Oh, the family, it's definitionally patriarchal and sexist. Let's start a family. Oh, churches are, these are archaic things. Hey, honey, let's start a lesbian church. Right? And so Metatron is almost like a perfect candidate to watch. He's famous. He's loud. People follow him. People listen. And honestly, this phenomenon keeps happening over and over again. People are in one column of a belief and a practice, ideology, and they sort of move their column. They jump columns. It's like they're balancing on the top of a column. And you jump columns, and you're like at the top of a column, and you're like, oh, I'm going to be Christian now, whether you're Nala Ray or anyone else, and you just don't even look down. You don't even look down. You're like, no, I'm standing on the column of Christianity at the top of it, at the peak of it. Listen, I'm going to jump on the column of Christianity, and nobody's going to tell me to look at everything beneath me that's holding me up. I will not change my position on this. Well, Metatron, you might change your view on it when you start to ask yourself, what is it to practice Christianity? And this is why praxis can't be separated from the doctrine. And by praxis, I mean tradition. This is why you can't separate tradition from the Bible. You can't separate any of it. They're bound together. They're completely intertwined. But you try. You're going to give it a shot. You're going to try. That's okay. Maybe your job is to try that and fail and go, wait, I forgot. What am I doing? But the idea, this is the real perverse part that he said here. The idea, he says, of denominational exclusivity, whereby only your single version makes you a Christian, is satanic and of the devil. No. It's a total opposite, Metatron. The idea of a plurality of contradicting parts of a body that make up a body, that's satanic and of the devil. That's what the devil wants you to hear. It's a total opposite. It's actually the devil whispering to you to resist this idea of narrowness of a true church. That's the single exclusive church for Christ. The devil wants you to take the other position. And notice how that statement from Metatron, he thinks is true for Christianity, but he doesn't hold the same view for, plurality of culture, mixing culture. If a culture said, no, there's a true cultural identity and norms we have in this country, pick a country. We're arguing for a narrow way we do things. This is how we view things. This is how we view people. This is how we eat. This is how we do things, right? Imagine looking at that as like satanic or inverted. You would never say that. So you have to start connecting your political takes to your theological takes, but sometimes your political takes are distant from your theological takes. But your theological takes are always going to be right there. And what you're seeing is a clashing of political takes that would be compatible with perhaps a Christian take, but the only way you could make it compatible is if the Christian take was itself exclusive, that it had a very strong, narrow position. You can't possibly say a plurality of Christian takes that just rest on two propositions, Christ is God and he resurrected. They can completely vary on so many things. Abortion. Can you be pro-abortion and be a Christian, Metatron, as long as you said Christ is God and you believe he was resurrected? Could you be pro-abortion? According to you, you can. So he'll face all this stuff, right? The more he talks about it anyway, he'll face this stuff and realize that he's not in the greatest position to defend it. But his announcement still is half encouraging. It's half encouraging. I think he's a good guy, but very misguided on this, and you're illustrating. He seems good faith, though it might actually come around. I think he will. That's why I'm elucidating on the approach here. This is not, with Metatron, you don't destroy him. This is not the instance where you destroy. But a loving, firm pushback is what he needs. I've been attending Divine Liturgy and going to start catechesis in the fall. Glory to God. Thanks for everything you do. Of course. That's really beautiful to hear. According to Metatron, the devil is a Christian. Yeah, Jason. I mean, he doesn't realize. I don't think he realizes what he's saying, though, Jason. He will. He will. The moment you go, what's practice? What is practice? How do I practice Christianity? Where do I go to church? What is the church? What's going on? Austin, it's my 30th birthday. Only 30? You lucky dog, you. Happy birthday. Many years to you. I'm stuck on the side of the highway with a blown-out tire in the work truck. Nice. No, that's appropriate. That's appropriate. You're given a pause. You're supposed to sit there and think about your life, Austin. Stop rushing around like you're Super Mario who just ate the mushroom and the whatever the speed thing is, the star. Why don't you just chill out, Austin? God just gave you a break. He said, sit. Appreciate your life, Austin. So in his world, Origin, yeah. Origin would be a Christian, and so many people would be a Christian. Anyway, so there's that. Let's start. So that's my take on him. Now, obviously the same, you've heard this many times, right? It's the same spiel from me. all of these takes eventually get filtered down to the question of what is the true church? What is Christianity? And I'll always defend orthodoxy. And I'm glad people are looking, and I'm glad people are pursuing it and going, wait, how do I take on this position and make sense of it? Hold on. Let me set up a new goal here. Support the bestest streamer. Chat overlay, where are you at? So in other news, I have a debate this week against you. You guys remember Ron, the worst evolution debater that has ever existed? Ron, he's back with a challenge. We're going to be debating whether or not the belief in God is reasonable. Can't wait for it. I was watching your impromptu stream Saturday when you offered to help pay for someone to become a priest. Here's my contribution to that. There you go, Ephraim. You see that? $5 in the till, Ephraim. No pressure, buddy. No pressure, bro. My daughter, she's a really good volleyball player already. And she won the championship. Her team won the championship. It was great. It was the first time I watched kids' sports where they were actually good enough to compete. And it like gets super intense. And you become one of those parents that like is willing to start a fight with somebody. And it was actually a really good match. So it was close, and it was awesome. And I'm very excited to be a sports dad. At first, you guys know, I don't know if you guys know, the introduction to sports with kids, you have to wait around a lot. You're like, oh man, I can't wait till they get better. That's okay. No, good. Yeah, good job. You're just waiting. And I'm so competitive. I'm like, can we cut that, girl? Why is the coach not cutting that player? And everyone's like, dude, chill. She's 8. I'm like, how is that relevant? How's that even relevant? I'm not concerned about the age. I'm concerned about whether or not she's good at volleyball. Yeah, but she's 8. And my kid's 8 and she's good. And what's your point? Wow. Holy cow! Just wow. That is a big super chat. Thank you, Flavius. I really appreciate you. Holy cow! That takes 3 holy cows. Tag Ozzy, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking of just sitting back with some with a drink, just kind of letting him just do his thing. Darth. Okay, you guys, hold on a second. He has to say he wants to do it, and then I told him I would fund it. Now I'll tab these, but stop. He has to if he commits to it, I said, if he commits to it, then I will raise money to help him do that, okay? I really appreciate this, but I don't want this set up in the wrong framework here. Prize money for the winner. My daughter is doing gymnastics now. Yeah, my other daughter's doing that. It's going to be excited. Yeah, it's really exciting to watch the development too. There's massive jumps. My son is going to start t-ball, but he could already hit pitches now. So I'm like, whoa, he can already hit a pitch. Then I was thinking, is it backwards to put him in t-ball? But no, he has to learn the bases. He has to learn the Freemasonic symbols of t-ball first. American Nacho, I want to fight now, and my son doesn't even play anything. I'm just angry. I know what it's like. Hey, Megan, can you put on the air conditioning, please? What's a Metatron? I actually don't know. Is that an amount of data? I don't know. There's Megatron and Metatron. It's like a robot, maybe. I know there's Megatron, and that's like a robot, right? It's pretty cool. Attended my first Divine Liturgy at Rocor. Thanks to you, Jardar and Andrew Wilson. Nice. That's awesome. Keep going, Leo. Keep going. It's amazing. It's the name of a demon in the Book of Enoch. Oh, I didn't know that, Austin. You learn something every day. It's spelled like that? Why is that surprising to me? It doesn't sound... It just sounds not real. That doesn't even sound right. Is there another word for that? It just sounds so... I don't know why. That just sounds insanely modern. So ignorant. To be fair, I don't think I probably ever read the Book of Enoch. According to CCP's insane Olympiad training protocols, they are all starting their athletes with tumbling gymnastics at 6 months, no matter what sport. Sounds very Russian. What up? So yeah, I'm excited this week. What is it? When do I debate Ron? That's just gonna be funny. I'm gonna be super relaxed. I'm gonna try a real new tactic. Just take a relaxed approach with Ron. Maybe even play a game. You know? Just play a video game while I'm debating him. Kabbalistic. Not a demon. That is Enoch after he got transformed into an angel. Oy vey. If you guys like the intro song, that is Hello Listener from his new album. So go check that out. Colossal Squid Records. It's also on Bandcamp. Just search Hello Listener. Grab yourself a copy. All right. Now we're going to go into... That's my little thing. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to... Hopefully Metatron sees the whole thing or whatever. I don't know. Just feel like, do what I can. And, but I did see this. This is why AI will never be conscious, and why this whole hyping AI, in conjunction with Richard Dawkins falling in love with Claudia because, Claude complimented him on his book. He's, no, it's conscious now. It's like, this will continue. Atheists will continue to reach for God on their own standards. Make God, fit their own standards of God. And honestly, my predictions still that I hold to in our lifetime, you're going to see a massive jump in intelligent design from the secular position, from the naturalist position. They're going to just keep saying like, well, okay, evolution doesn't really make sense. Slowly they'll remove themselves from that view and then plant themselves into an aliens made us view, or a simulation made us, or something like this. It's going to be funny to watch. All right. Unfortunately, we have to listen to this guy, but I like this topic, so I'm going to have to, I'm going to just have to withstand it with me. You're going to have to withstand it with
the show. Thanks, Alex. What is the difference between intelligence and consciousness?
Both resist the kind of precise consensus definitions, but I think intuitively they are fundamentally different kinds of things. If we think about intelligence, it's about doing something. It could be about solving a complex problem or solving any kind of problem. But in general, it's about the capability to do things functionally.
It's like processing.
Behaviorally.
I don't even agree with that, because someone can be very intelligent and not be able to act on it at all. So I think he's off the mark already. From their view anyway, just pure processing of power. The ability of your mind, it's in your brain to function and to evaluate at some level of speed or complexity, or, not to do things, not to like build a bridge. There's plenty of not so intelligent people who can build a lot of things and do a lot of things. So I agree with him.
Consciousness is primarily about feeling and being rather than doing. It's in the words
Thank you.
of Thomas Nagel, more
God
than 50
bless
years
you.
ago now.
Yeah.
He said, it's 1976, I think, that for a conscious organism or a conscious anything, there is something it feels like
Wow, this guy looks like he's crawling out of Middle Earth.
to be that organism. He doesn't mean feeling that it has to be necessarily emotional or anything like that. Simply the idea that there's some sort of interiority, there's some kind of experiencing going on. It feels like something to be me, to be you, but probably not to be a chair. And I think this
A physical God that they can build that they will then use to ground metaphysics. Yeah. And it'll be very convincing. It'll predict things. It'll predict all sorts of things. And they're going to be mesmerized by it.
this distinction between feeling and doing is intuitively right. It doesn't mean they're unrelated. I think they're certainly related in things that exist, in living creatures, for instance, but they may not have to go together in general.
You just wrote an essay, a prize-winning essay. Congratulations, by the way. The mythology of conscious AI. And the reason I opened with that question is because you felt it important to tease apart those two concepts. And that's got a lot to do with the fact that in our search to understand consciousness, to figure out what's going on and why there is anything.
Broly, eat an egg with a spoon. You've got to eat an egg with a spoon. Put it in a little bit of what we do is we boil an egg and put it in a little bowl, and we take a little spoon and we scoop the egg out of the shell. So that's how we do it. That's what we do. When is this guy going to talk to Meanie Pants Jardar? Look, Jay's being nicer and nicer. You know what I mean? Now's the time, guys. All these people afraid, Jay's too confrontational. Look, he can be chill, dude. He's relaxing. You know, he's entering his golf phase. Atheist, you don't have to be scared of him. He's entering his golf phase. Now's the time.
It's like to be anything. We look to what we know, which is that I know I'm conscious, you know you're conscious, and we know that there's intelligence to some degree in both of our brains, I like to think. And so we kind of make this assumption that maybe they always come together in that kind of way. But you start talking about this to try and pull this concept apart a bit, right?
It's one aspect of the discussion. So I think the overall framing for this is to try to reason through what has become quite a confusing topic, which is whether artificial intelligence could be conscious. It seems to be intelligent, at least
Thank you so much.
in some ways, but there are various views and a lot of I think somewhat unexamined views about whether AI can be not only smart but also conscious. And one part of the discussion is to examine our own psychological biases. Why might we even think that an AI system could feel as well as do intelligent looking things? And part of that is indeed to recognize that just because things go together in us, like intelligence and consciousness, doesn't mean...
Doesn't he look like that old... Is there an old movie with a vampire that's like looking over his shoulder? Like, you guys know the photo I'm thinking about? It's like an old like 30s movie or something. It's black and white, and he's like, he looks like that guy.
They have to go together in general. Across all living creatures, I think there is this strong relationship. So it's certainly the case that for certain kinds of conscious experience, you need to have certain kinds of cognitive capability. So for instance, if you're going to have the experience of regret, then you need to have the cognitive competence to envisage alternative courses of action and their possible outcomes. If you don't have the functional capability to do that, then you can only really experience something like disappointment or maybe even sadness. So the relationship goes that way, but it's not clear that in virtue of being...
Is that what his name? Okay, yeah, it reminds me. Totally looks exactly. It's like a grandson.
Cognitive in that way or intelligent in some way, that you have to do that in a way that is accompanied by consciousness.
So you said this has become quite a confusing topic. It's a bit of a sort of buzzy issue. I'm almost sort of hesitant to talk about it. In fact, when I've done episodes about consciousness, I kind of avoided the topic of AI consciousness because it's like asking whether we live in a simulation or something. It's like...
It's really simple. Whatever AI is, it's an execution of commands. And if it impresses you with its capability to produce an output, it's because humans coded it to do it. Right? You could never separate the human input that AI is running off of if-then statements. Now, the question is, do you actually believe that we're just a set of input-outputs? So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if both of these people thought humans were merely calculators that were just output machines that were capable of making other calculators somehow. You know? So there's a lot of assumptions here, and they're not really getting to the crux of it. You know, what is mind? What's their philosophy of mind? Is there a knower that's immaterial, that's doing the evaluating, the viewer, independent of the mechanism? And I don't mean independent like it exists without the brain. I'm saying, is it distinct? I'm not saying it doesn't function with the brain, but is it distinct is the question. Now, the entailment of it not being distinct is that knowledge is impossible. So there's no knowledge. You can't have knowledge or truth without a unique position on what the mind is in conjunction with the brain. It's not just a mechanism that's unfolding. It's not just epiphenomenal events.
It's people are talking about it, and there's kind of nothing super interesting to say about it. People kind of go, oh, like, you know, maybe, who knows? We wouldn't be able to tell.
Beautiful.
But you've written a really interesting essay.
Can I just say, we've gotten already 5 comments of people either going to Divine Liturgy or having already gone. Nice.
Not just sort of going like, well, look, you know, how are we going to be able to tell if it's conscious? But specifically talking about the nature of consciousness and its relation to living organisms. And I think that, weirdly, you kind of want to start by pulling apart the two concepts. You want to say, let's not assume that all consciousness and all intelligence works the same. But the place you end up is kind of where our intuitions start with, which is that, yeah, like, to get this consciousness, you need to be essentially a biological organism. And I want to maybe just talk through how we sort of track that trajectory. So where to start? I mean, the idea of AI consciousness is the idea of mechanistic consciousness, that whatever it is our brains are doing to produce consciousness can be replicated with the machine. And there are thought experiments to this degree of like taking every single neuron in your brain and just like replacing it with like an electrode or a transistor or whatever the relevant analogous part would be. And that if I did that for one of your neurons, just swap them over, probably everything would function. You wouldn't really notice any difference. And slowly over time, it feels like we should be able to, in principle, swap the biological electro signals in your brain with mechanical electro signals. But presumably at some point you think this would sort of break down, or it wouldn't work in the first.
Could AI be their artificial neural network so that the disembodied... Well, that's it. I like that. I don't like the idea of that happening, but I like the concept of like, what if that was the case? Like through matter, some other disembodied entity could manipulate. I don't know. But it's definitely a good graphic novel or movie idea.
Place, or there's some kind of barrier between those two ways of trying to produce experience. And I just want to know why you think that's the case.
I think that's a good place to start. But let me just make one sort of nuance to how you set this up. And this...
That's such a insight. That's like something I would say, Mr. Horse. Nice. I really like that one. Went to liturgy for the second time yesterday. It was beautiful. See, Gooberang? What a glorious Monday this is.
This is like the idea of AI being conscious is not just that the idea that it's the result of the operation of some mechanism. Mm-hmm. It's usually the more specific claim that the kind of mechanism in question is implementing computations, and it's in virtue of those computations that consciousness happens. Mm-hmm. This is in the philosophical assumption of computational functionalism rather than functionalism in general. Functionalism in general is the idea, it's quite a liberal idea really, that consciousness is a property of the functional organization of a system, like a brain, an embodied, embedded brain. But that can encompass things like its internal structure, its causal architecture, can be pretty specific. Computational functionalism is a subset of that, and it says that...
I agree with that. It's like, what does it do? It gives us like some sort of advantage culturally, in our pragmatic day-to-day lives. It's not an existential crisis.
It's the computations that matter. And typically, when people think about computations, they think about computation in a sense inspired by Alan Turing, which is that computations in the Turing sense are independent of the material, independent of the substrates. There's a sort of sharp division, if you like, between the software and the hardware.
What methodology do I use to determine someone is white? I don't think you can. I don't think that exists.
Algorithm is what matters, and the algorithm is a mapping from one sequence of symbols to another sequence of...
I just basically, for me, I look and see if someone looks like me and they generally have my skin color and they eat like me and they talk like me. And then I'm like, I like you. That's kind of how I do it. You know, I use arbitrary discriminatory methodology. I use the what do I do? I use the discrimination methodology, prejudice and discrimination methodology. That's completely arbitrary to me. I just go you, and they go, how do you know? And I go, I don't know. I'm giving you a chance until it proved me wrong. You know what I mean? You're white until you until you act like you're not. Based on me. Based on the I'm authoritarian. True AI is the ultimate goal for these people. They believe if they can create a conscious machine, they will be God. Yes, apotheosis. The arrogance of these people will potentially lead to bad outcomes. Oh, I think not even potentially, Jason. I think it's pretty much certain. It's certain.
Of symbols, and it's that mapping that matters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite a strong claim, really.
Mm-hmm.
And
just like Metatron defines Christian, I see. No, that's not. That's fair, but it's like those are two different categories. You can actually define Christian, so it's not arbitrary. White is a little bit blurred. Christianity is not blurred. White is definitely blurred. So nice try, Cam Bam. Stupid.
That's the claim that I think is really, it starts to, it looks like it's quite on shaky ground the more you examine it. And one way to examine it is indeed this kind of neural replacement scenario that you mentioned. So this is often sort of put on the table when people want to justify the idea that consciousness could be implemented in silicon just as readily as it can be implemented in carbon. Right. And as you put it, the thought experiment, it goes back to, I think David Chalmers popularized it, but it's got ancestry before that, is indeed, I take one neuron, I replace it with a perfectly functionally equivalent silicon alternative. And it has to be kind of perfect for the thought experiment to carry through, because if it isn't, then you can immediately say, oh, well, those differences, they may matter. And I can do this for one neuron. Neurons fire spikes, why not? And almost certainly nothing will happen to your consciousness if I do it.
Blurred whiteness. Well, the thing is, white itself, you're using a color, or the absence of color, to, is white considered a color? Black's not considered a color. I think white is. You're using a term that to layer onto something that could only reduce to what? Reflective of light? Well, no, that's not enough. Clearly, it's insufficient. Do we understand conceptually what we might be referring to as a referent? Sure, but the referent needs to be properly given attributes. You got to really get down to it. And I don't think you can really do it. Like, we have enough to say there's differences in ethnicities and groups, and we have enough to attribute sets of expected behaviors to certain groups of people. But when it comes down to culture and ethnicity, when it comes to whiteness, there's a good ground to stand on. White European. There's something to stand on, but I don't think you can do a reduction on it. I've seen people try. I just being honest, I don't think you can do it. Josiah says, pride has always enticed us. Did he really tell you not to eat the fruit? Right. It's like, huh? We always listen to that pride. AI, the ultimate example of pride, believing it is better than God. Liturgy is the remedy. Yeah. People are going to definitely turn it into their little mini God. They already do.
If a 10, is anything going to happen? Probably not. Then I can do it for a million, 86 billion. And so this is pushing the intuition that if it doesn't matter for 10, why should it matter for any number? Therefore, substrate independence. What matters is the sort of functional organization. Firstly, I think it just begs the question. And Ned Block pointed this out, another philosopher. He said, well, maybe in fact it would be the case that if consciousness depended in some way on the actual stuff, then as you replace more and more neurons, you would experience consciousness fading, or consciousness may fade. You may not even notice as the subject of that. So it does kind of beg the question. But I think there's a more fundamental problem, which is that, like many thought experiments of this kind, the more you look at it, the less conceivable it is. It's really, really unlikely that you can perfectly replace a biological neuron with a silicon alternative. In fact, you can probably only replace it with another neuron and probably the same one. So there's one example which I really like is that And there are many examples you can choose, but one example is that some neurons fire spikes to clear the waste products of metabolism.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you replicate that in silicon? You've got to give the silicon a kind of metabolism too, and
Yes.
that's not the kind of thing that silicon can have. So that thought experiment, to me, it underpins a fundamental difference, I think, between brains and Turing-based digital computers, which is that in brains, you just can't separate what they are from what they do in a way that's sort of enshrined into...
Beautiful. Now, why do I like that he said that? This goes against everything evolution teaches. Did you just hear him?
thing that silicon can have. So that thought experiment, to me, it underpins a fundamental difference, I think, between brains and Turing-based digital computers, which is that in brains, you just can't separate what they are from what they do.
Not just in brains. What do I argue in my debates against evolution? What something is not separated from what it does. If what it is changing and what it does has always been changing, then what it is nebulous. You don't know what it is. Is a heart really a heart, or is it on its way not being a heart? Like what is this? What are we talking about? But it's not just brains. You know? It's everything in the body that has a function. You can't really separate what you're calling the identity universally of what the thing is. A lung, you know, veins, the spine, whatever it is, the brain. What it does is proper to what it is. There's the nature, and then there's the operations and what it does. And what it does is always proper to the nature of what it is, and you can't separate the two, and they go hand in hand. And this is why, you know, from the evolutionary view, this goes against the evolutionary non-scientific theory. But it also brings up something else that they aren't really touching on here is the medium of neurons. The medium is not identical to what's being conveyed through them. So the exchange of meaning that utilizes the medium of electricity and these, you know, neurological currents and networks that happen. That's the medium, but the information is never identical to the medium itself. So that's not something they're probably going to get into, but it's something that this guy just brought up, but he without making that clear distinction of why consciousness and what you think consciousness is going to be from just a strict material perspective can never account for the information. You'd have to code the material thing, the robot, the AI computer, whatever it is. You'd have to code it with the meaning. So there's more going on than just the material.
In a way that's sort of enshrined into how we think about the kind of computers that we're familiar with and the kind that are running all the server farms that underpin all the language models we talk to.
Yeah, that's so interesting because, like, when you got to think about how far you want to push this.
The way you see white is how leftists use women and race. No, women is different. You know, race can be a real thing, Aussie. So, no, that's retarded reasoning. It's a genetic fallacy anyway. The way in which someone argues doesn't determine whether or not they're actually correct in their argument. So, like, even leftists could be right about something. So that's not really an argument, Spurg. You sound like a leftist. Okay. Wow, you really did a lot of work there, buddy.
It's because somebody will say, no, but you don't understand.
No, woman is referring to something physical as well. Biological. From an orthodox perspective, it's easier to reduce sex to two things that are clearly universal than to reduce a modern view of like whiteness down to some strict ethnic code, where those are two different things completely. You know, you can't really reduce it. You can reduce some things. You can't reduce all things. Just because you can reduce one thing, like woman, female, male, woman, and man, it doesn't mean everything else can be fully reduced. So you're just equivocating on two different categories.
And like, we're going to just perfectly replicate the neuron. And then,
by the way, all of your ankle biting about this issue, all I would do is just ask you, how would you determine it? Your own question. If you're like a groiper or something and you're trying to do this like like reductionist bioessentialism or whatever, you're asking me a question that you yourself can't answer. Your entire cult can't answer it. I can answer it in the way I just did, which is just pure discrimination, which I think is the stronger position. You just get people to generalize a group of people and try to advocate for what you think is the identifier for the best qualities of those people, and try your best to filter them down to that and encourage the behaviors that you think you're reducing to the color of their skin, and see if you can do it. But you're not going to be able to. You're just not going to be able to. Why? Because there's metaphysics involved. So it's on you, man. You're the one LARPing as like some sort of like reductionist for what constitutes a race. Okay, cool. What if someone's 90% white? Are they white? Where do you draw the line? Oh, here this guy again. You're still out here in the streets, man. Orthodox try to derive necessity from contingent facts when they appeal to history and tradition, so they abandon reason to get to the orthodox to work. That's a non sequitur. Try to make an argument there. That's not an argument. You have to actually make arguments work. You can't just say non sequiturs and say them confidently and be like, see, I established something here. Went to liturgy yesterday again. It was great. Still going, and make my wife some time to come around. Yes. Any tips? Patience. Just patience. No manipulation, no debating, no prodding, no challenging. Just patience. It goes to show you the meaning of words, moron. It's societal. So you just agree with me. If it's societal, then you just agreed that it would be arbitrary. You dummy. Gosh, you're an embarrassment. What an embarrassment you are.
And then, yeah, we'll perfect.
We have the genetic evidence. Cool. Tell me what the genetic evidence is and how you're going to filter out whites. Tell me how you're going to do that.
We replicate the body as well. If we need to come up with metabolism, sure. And it's like, okay, but to what degree? So like on a macro level, you look at a neuron and it's got inputs and outputs. So you replicate that with silicon, but it's not quite complex enough. It doesn't have all of the inner working. So you go down onto the level of the parts of a neuron and you replicate each one and you stick them together. It's still not quite there. Well, let's just keep going deeper until what? You get to like the...
Have you considered bringing up the councils to your wife?
Molecular level. It's like, I'm just going to create a perfect replica of a neuron. At a certain level of resolution, in order to do that, you would just be creating a neuron.
Exactly.
We can do the tests to determine it. Cool. Are you going to do that to create a society then? Good luck, buddy. You're just in your basement, dude. You're in your basement. Even if you could do that, right? 90% or whatever. There's no 100%. Okay, cool. Is the 70% person white? Are they still white? Is it 51%? Even if you did this, right? And then you still don't have a worldview for how they should act. That doesn't tell you how they should act. You're going to include a bunch of people from Portland. You're going to let a bunch of Portland people into your community just because they pass a genetic test? Cool. Good luck with that.
Wouldn't even be, you'd be below the level of recognizable like silicon. It would just be electrons and protons that you're sort of ordering in some way. And so
the irony here is exactly that, right, Creed? The irony is he called me a leftist for just admitting that the term white is a bit nebulous. I know what I'm referring to when I say white, but I wouldn't dare say I could actually reduce it to some sort of strict category that wasn't influenced by my own biases. I'd rather just take the biases approach and see who else is biased with me. I think that's more pragmatic, honestly. But the irony is that he's the one reducing it down to this, right? Like pure science, right? Pure empiricism. These are empiricists in the end. I see AI like John Carpenter's The Thing. It's a perfect mimic. How isn't it what we deem to be conscious? It's a demon. It's like an illusion, I would say. It's going to be a convincing illusion.
So it's like, yeah, maybe you could create a silicon creature, but now you can't.
You've brought a person into the community. It's me, the Portland community. I know. And we're still looking at you with a hairy eye.
Kind of have to be a bit more specific and then be a bit more detailed. And what you're actually doing is not building a computer and calling it conscious.
Cultural supremacy. Yeah, cultural supremacy. Culture can definitely be habitually associated with ethnicity. Absolutely. You could just make the case across the board that there's a generality in what gets produced with certain cultures. Yeah, definitely. But you'd have to point to what the culture is. That's the point. Is like you can't just say, oh, the whites produce white culture. Well, what's that? Is that Christian culture? Is there a white culture that's supreme is it possible that it's not Christian? You can have a pagan culture of white people who make stuff and do things and dominate. Are they Christian? Should we be more concerned with that they're white pagans than they're not Christians? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you guys arguing? The hell are you guys arguing? Can we vote to remove someone from being white? Well, if they don't pass the test, you know.
So just
It's like who's acting like the Jew now?
building this Frankensteinian biological being and calling it artificial just because you've created it with your bare hands.
Which I think is pretty reasonable. I mean, there's a whole other branch of sort of artificial things, and which is synthetic biology. And we have people creating brain organoids in synthetic biology labs, which are clusters of cells, which are they're neurons, and they're usually derived from human stem cells. So they're in fact human neurons, and they wire up together, and they.
Caleb, yes, that actually comes up, and that's a good position. It's a respectable position, and honestly, if your wife isn't floating in the dirty bathwater of feminism, she'll understand that position. Absolutely. Yep.
Start to show activity. They don't really do anything very interesting. At least not yet,
sunburn test.
But indeed, they're made out of the same stuff. Now, it's hard to say whether we can't say for sure that is a necessary condition. But if you're creating something that is literally made out of the same stuff, then that whole uncertainty goes away.
See, that's exactly a great point, Jason. You know, very few ginger beard people. I don't know. It's not even a culture thing. I think they're white. I'm still skeptical of people with red hair. I don't know. That's why I go off my own prejudices. I just go off of my visceral reaction. You know? That's all. I encourage more people to do that.
You no longer face the question of whether
Ginger's white. I don't even know what they are. What are they? Scottish, Irish, something? I don't know what happened to gingers. Honestly, I have no idea. No idea. Like I stare at red people. That's what's crazy. You guys are actually like red. It's not just your beards and your hair. You guys are like red. It's like a redness. It's like your skin hurts. It looks like your skin hurts. Like I see a redhead and I'm like, do you want like cream? Do you need cream? Like I want to, you know those fans with the water that you squirt in like the hotness, like, you know, I like want to help them. Like I want to help their skin. And it's not even that it's bad skin. It doesn't look like bad skin. It just looks like it hurts to be a redhead. It just looks like it's a painful experience. And it probably is, because they say that redheads have a higher tolerance of pain. Maybe it's because they don't even know that they're in pain just by being them. They think that's normal. Like they wince. They wince by existing. Watching from my desk at work, don't tell.
whether you could do it in silicon, because you're not doing it in silicon anymore.
Yeah. So the position that you land on, mythology is a...
Aren't you partly red? You got red in your beard, don't you, Austin? Yeah, I see you. I see you.
Is a weak term and a strong term. Because it's not saying, this is complete nonsense, but it's definitely saying that there's a bit of weird stuff going on that we need to iron out. Do you land on the position of, based on my understanding of consciousness and the way the brains work, AI just cannot be conscious? Or is it a more reserved, let's slow down a bit here. Maybe it's possible, but...
Being redhead is excruciating.
the general conversation around it is a bit confused. Like, how strong is the condemnation of this view?
I'm very skeptical, but I think in discussions about what kinds of things are or could be...
All right. Shut up. Just stop, you guys. Just, I don't care. Where was that one thing? I saw a clip of this guy talking about why kids aren't having, people aren't having babies. And it was like kind of an okay take, but I think he ended up scapegoating a little bit. Mark Levin freaking out about Theo Von. Come on, guys. He just said, I have a lot of discomfort with Americans' relationship with Israel. That's all he said, Mark Levin. Why are you freaking out? It's so hopeful. I'm so hopeful to watch all of these Zionists, these people who have invaded Christian culture and politics, making their way out the door like Mark Levin. Totally irrelevant, by the way. He's well, here's a 700,000 people saw this, but how could they exactly? How do they do it? They just do it. I love talking about race in Orthodox circles. Jim Bob should do another stream on race and culture. It's one of the thing. Yeah, it's actually a really fascinating thing where, and specifically from an Orthodox position, you look at how Orthodoxy can and will spread across the world and will necessarily adopt the part of the culture that you can baptize, essentially, and then remove or leave out or filter out anything, at least inside the practice, what's incompatible. And so that ability to adjust is, I don't know if it's unique to Orthodoxy, but it's there, and it's a functional, pragmatic thing, which kind of like affirms the position that, there is a thing called a multiplicity of peoples. There are nations. There are peoples. There are a thing we call ethnicity. The ability to just gather a generalized segment of these ethnicities is workable enough. Like, I don't really think you need to go and try to make get down to the reductionist bioessentialist view to make the case, because ultimately, why are you making the case, right? The guy in the chat doesn't have a reason to make the case. White's not a destination, dude. That's the whole point, dude. Whoever you are in the chat, white isn't a destination. You can't make a destination called white. That's like liberty. You can't have a destination called liberty. That's not it's dysteleological. The people who reduce everything to just the race, I'm not denying race is one of these features. It's a part of reality, okay? But when you try to reduce it to that, you have a dysteleological view. What are you practicing? Whiteness? What are you venerating? Whiteness? I'm asking you. What are you venerating? What's the direction? You don't have a direction. You don't have a direction. You just have a pair of Nick Fuentes underwear and a lunchbox. That's it. Cool. You took everyone has the test. You got them all in on an island. Oh, congratulations. Now what? Well, we just live out being white. Here we go. Well, we're just gonna... What do we do now? I don't know. Just keep being white. Oh, really? I don't know who this guy is right here either. So, but he looks like I don't know, like a hipster pony.
I'm 30 years old. Not one of my friends.
Looks like a hipster My Little Pony.
Has children. Zero. No one. No one's having kids. Do you know how hard you need to abuse a mammal to make them not have children?
I really like that rhetoric, though. I might steal that. I saw this yesterday, and I was like, I like that. I like that rhetoric.
Like for real. Let's step here back a moment, right?
Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, look, GDP goes up. People have have enough food, and whatever. No one's having kids, and this is across the world. This is across both the West, the East, everywhere it's happening. So there's a thing that happens, especially with even younger than me. Like the kids are like 18 today. There's a huge problem where they don't dance. No one dances. They go to clubs and they don't dance. Why is this? Because you get recorded.
Yeah.
If you're an 18-year-old kid, you go to a club, you get recorded. If you approach a girl and you mess it up, you get recorded. Everything is the panopticon now. So if you had to ask me why, my answer is technology.
No, that's not enough. I agree that there's definitely a variable of technology, comfort, luxury, decadence, right? You don't have the sense of the necessity to reproduce. You could just live your life and accommodate your desires and all of that, right? You meet all your desires, and that's your whole life. And men are doing that, and women are doing that. But you can't negate or leave out the concerted effort to scare people into not having kids, or feminism to argue that it not only makes you empowered to not have kids, but it empowers you even more if you actually murder your baby. You're a real bad babe if you actually do that. So there's obviously an ideological thing. It's not just a symptom. He's kind of looking at it like, oh, it's just another symptom of technology and people don't dance. It's like, no. No, this is spiritual warfare, kiddo.
My answer is social media. My answer is AI. My answer is algorithms. Do you know what dating app algorithms do? Do you know how they optimize? They don't optimize you to meet your love of your life. They optimize you to keep coming back to the app.
Yeah.
And now there's a thing that basically we have sold out all of our dating norms, all of our interpersonal norms to tech companies without our consent to optimize their ad algorithm.
Right.
I think there's a deep thing where
I bet if you pan down, this guy would have like what do they call it? Not a man of war. Was a half goat person? I feel like I could just see him sort of like kind of walking around his studio apartment with the lower half of a goat.
we as a society have not dealt with the fact that we have to steward technology
Like, I feel like right now he's sitting with his legs crossed, but they're just goat legs.
responsibly. We have treated technology as a Wild West.
Absolutely.
Just everyone can do whatever they want. Just sell all of our younger generation's dating lives to corporations for profit. And who pays the cost for this? Who has liability? So I think the real problem
he's bringing in like the enemy here
is that we are, as a society, as a government, the generations that came before me, and also my generation, I don't want to exclude myself from this, but also the generations came before me, just let technology rip. The promise was, if you let technology rip, if you let internet rip, there will be democracy and freedom and happiness and economic growth. And where is that? And I think my generation is noticing that broken problem.
Well, no, he just still didn't. He didn't really isolate the problem. Now he's kind of getting close. I think he'll get there, but no, he's not really isolating the problem. The problem is it's a paradigm issue. It's the paradigm that's going to inform your duties to procreate and why. What is it you're multiplying when you have children? What is it you're reflecting when you get married? And so people, the overcorrection that's happening, that's leaving people or leading people into like maybe Islam, unfortunately, but also into Orthodoxy and probably Catholicism, is that people are seeing that materialism itself as a philosophy is a failure. The adoption of individualism and materialism is what gives people the pathway for these outcomes that this guy's talking about. The technology doesn't cause the outcome. It enables the outcome. It doesn't cause it, though. The cause is always the intent and the action of the people. And if intent and action is given by a philosophy, we act consistent with how the world occurs to us. People act and operate consistent with how the world occurs to them. A Christian, an Orthodox Christian, sees the world in a very specific way, and their actions are align with and are compatible with how the world occurs to them. So this is the problem, and this is why I get a little flustered constantly listening to people come up with a new summary of what's wrong with society, and their solution will ultimately be more materialism. So, oh, look, I'm so smart. Like, I figured this out. The problem is materialism. Okay, what's the solution? Materialism. Less technology is still materialism. You know what I mean? It's not a direction toward orthodoxy. It's not a direction toward spiritual wellness. You don't point people to the spiritual hospital. You just say, look, too much materialism did this. We need now less materialism. That's still materialism. Less materialism, more materialism. That's still materialism. So they don't like get to the crux of it, and some of us are. You know, it's a slow game, but it's. I'm actually hopeful in like 100 years that more and more people, that the West, the United States, an unprecedented amount of people will be Orthodox in the United States. You know, yes, stuff comes from stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's what's going on. Why do you hate your Italian background? I don't. I like it. What's the problem? Why do you hate? What do you talk? Do you have any arguments at all? Jason said, I would say it is to push away from God and towards evolution. Without God, we have no duties. Right. So people have become selfish and hedonistic. It is destroying society, and we need to come back to God. Absolutely. And coming back to God, just to hearken back to my little summary about Metatron, is like to pretend that you're on a ship and the helm has been largely occupied by materialists and individualists and atheists, and you're going to try to take the helm back. You can't take the helm back and pretend that, that doesn't require a direction. And that's kind of what we see happening, is like the right, the conservative, quote, classical liberal right has always been against and oppositional to the left, because the left takes the helm of culture and academia and entertainment and journalism and politics, and we're going in a terrible direction. And then when you ask these people, like Ben Shapiro, for instance, who, by the way, I'm celebrating the failure of his what would be legacy Daily Wire. You go, well, how do we take command of this helm? And he's like, well, you take it back. We're going to vote. We're going to vote Republican and take it back. That is the thing we got to do. And we go, okay, Ben Shapiro, you have the helm, right? You and your tiny frame holding a giant helm called the government and culture. Where do we take it? Where do we take it, Ben? Well, no, we take it back to the Founding Fathers, liberty, the foundation of its rot. Take it back to the start of its decay. Okay, buddy. Shouldn't we take it closer to, I don't know, Christian patriarchy? No, that's disgusting. I mean, I'm allergic to Jesus Christ. Ugh. I actually programmed my phone to never have anything show up on my phone that is remotely associated to Jesus Christ. I actually gag in my mouth. Vote harder, folks. I need a good expensive whiskey. Well, I kind of moved to rye, Dr. Crispy. So, yeah, I do. It's interesting to hear that the policy offered to the problem in society is putting what enabled it in the first place. Exactly. And it's been happening for so long. It's just like more of this thing. That's why people are done with voting. That's why people, you might hear it in their voice or their speaking or in their written words behind it, that they're kind of like leaning into, I wouldn't say accelerationism. Some of them do, like an accelerated destruction, a building up, right? A dragon from the ashes philosophy. But there's a level of nihilism there that where they're like, well, I won't accelerate it, but I'll just let it happen. And honestly, I'll out myself. I'm not an accelerationist, but there are times where spiritually, mentally, intellectually, I'm like, just let the freaking wheels fall off, you know? Just let it just crumble, you know what I mean? And I don't know if that's good. It's probably not. Because there's a lot of, I mean, let's face it, the society we have built on luxury, decadence, and debt is like an impressive performer with like 17 plates spinning. You know? And you want to kick him over. You want to shoot paintballs at him. Like, you want to kick him over. You want to break the whole show, right? You know, this is a show. This doesn't work. This is not the show I want. But at the same time, you're on one of the plates. You're not actually in the stands. It's easy to think you're in the stands where you're like, oh, yeah, we'll have it all destroy. You know, let's do total destruction. Because you, from the internet, you get this view. You get this like an illusion that you're separate from it. You're like in the stands. You're voting on what happens, but no, in the spinning plate analogy, unfortunately, you're not in the stands. You're actually on one of the plates, and if you tip over or distract the clown who's doing the show, you fall too. You know, so are you willing to fall? Yeah, I covered that yesterday. It's funny. Yeah, it's totally predictable, too. Totally predictable. Metatron is doubling down again. Oh, did he respond already? Yeah. Well, I won't be the only one, but, you know, I encourage people to come at Metatron from a, you know, like not a take the L position. I don't know why. I just feel like there's like, I feel like he can be direct. I think he can be directed to the truth. So I think he can do it. I don't know if that's official, but if it is, you're going to see a lot of talking from EBT. You know what I mean? I mean, he's going to spurg for a week. Right, ABT? Right? Right? Am I right? All right. When is my debate? Feminism on trial. Let me see. Hold on. This religion got it right. Where is it? Modern day. Let me just confirm this, you guys. We have a Heal Tony coming up this Friday, y'all. Make sure you prepare your 1 minute to try to make Tony laugh. Heal his sorrow with laughter. Let me see. Where are you at here? Modern day debate. Live. Jim Bob. That's 5/7. When is that? 5/7. So that's on the 7th this week. So I'll be streaming that right here as well, and it's gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be a relaxing debate. He didn't respond yet. He just dropped another video on being a real Christian. Oh, let's watch it. Let's do that. It's might as well. I didn't notice someone paid my work visa. Yeah, you're welcome, that Brad. I promise that I'm not poor. I'm just dealing with credit card that sucks. That sucks. All right, let's see what he did. What he said. Metatron. He's gonna get an earful. All right, where? Metatron can't. Oh, that's me. This pastor is demonic. That one. Well, that's the thing. You can't say that. You gotta become orthodoxy. You gotta be orthodox to say that. He's gonna not like that, is he? He's not gonna like that. Yeah, that's exactly right, Caleb. Yep. He's got to go to look. There's people he has the ear of. Take him to liturgy. Seriously. He's got to go to liturgy. You can't really see the problems. Like if you're leaning into Christianity, and even if it's like sort of weird non-denominational, like notional view of Christianity, you won't really be able to grasp the things you're calling issues without the Orthodox lens. You just won't be able to do it. Like you won't have the proper categories. You just don't have the proper categories to look at it. But is that the one though? Real Christian? I don't see Real Christian. I just see Pastor 1, Pastor is demonic, Professor Dave. I don't see one that says Real Christian. Unleash, take, I'm a dad. Yeah, I don't see that. Yeah. New goal, more shekels. Thank you so much. Is this guy still here, the Aussie guy? Someone who's Indian be Italian? No. But you notice that, like, white itself is a color. So you understand we look at Indians and we don't say they're just brown because there's other brown people who aren't Indians. Do you understand now? Do you understand when I say that's an Indian? I'm not that. Right? You're not referring to just the tone of their skin, right? There's something more there, right? So if white is a color, you're going to have to get more precise on what white is. Are Germans French? Aussie? Are Germans French? You dum-dum? Are Germans French? Yeah, but they're white. Do they like each other because of their color, their peachy skin? Race realism? Yeah, let's talk about it. Are French people German? Scott says, for 10 buckaroos, unrelated, this weekend you mentioned that truths are not created, however, rocks are, which means truths about rocks existed before rocks. Yeah, you could say in a general sense, Scott, that the truth about rocks already existed. Any truth that does exist already existed in the mind of God. So, but rocks aren't truth. And propositions about rocks themselves also don't fully exhaust what truth is. Those are just claims. Those are like statements about temporality. We're talking about uncreated truth before all creation, which is Jesus Christ. I'm still waiting for Aussie here to answer my question. Are Germans French? They get all fussy when you press them on this stuff. I thought Metatron was a bagel by the name. I actually don't know. He's Italian? Metatron? Yeah, he almost has 1 million subs. He has 999,000 subs. Can you imagine? Race isn't a color? Cool. Is white a color? You just ended your own position, dude. How do you argue for me better than me? Looking for evolution? Sure. Actually, let's watch this from Metatron, because I want to, being that he's kind of getting into a Christian lens and he's now going to look at pastors, he might actually be already in a contradiction now. Because his statement was, you can't be exclusive, right? Don't give me this exclusivity of Christianity. But if he's about to annihilate a demonic pastor, then he's on his way to being exclusive. Are we taking call-ins on race and orthodoxy? I don't think so. Call-ins are the worst. All right. What is he, Sicilian?
My channel, this is the Metatron speaking. Do you know the expression?
Oh.
common sense. I think we need to contact the Oxford authorities, the academic elites of Cambridge, whatever the heck, who writes the dictionaries, because there's nothing common about common sense. Uncommon sense is what it should be called, believe it or not, even on matters of faith. Check this out. Behold, a preacher of the devil, as far as I'm concerned, of the devil. Oh, but Metatron, what are you on about? Come on, why do you have to be so exaggerate? Okay, well, listen to this, and we'll see if you agree with me. Check this out. Look at this.
So here, if it was really Jesus telling Martha not to serve, not to be a deacon, then Jesus needed to learn his lesson and stand corrected. Take that, Luke, or Jesus, or whoever.
Bro! What? Take that cross off, or if anything, put it upside down, mate, because that's going to be a lot more. This is satanic. What? Please, Legion, keep going.
The readings started with the gospel reading today. That was acknowledging that some of you may not like it. Maybe since you're a hard worker, or getting compared negatively against a sibling, or simply that you hear a criticism of what's much too often women's work.
All right, so basically what you're listening to is a pro-feminist, I suppose, sermon. Look, this idea that Christendom or Christianity is like anti-women is nonsense. Women and men, in fact, have the same value in the eyes of the Lord, but they have different purposes. In a way, even by design, we're optimized for better things. There's some things that women excel at, and there are things that men excel at, and that's a fact. Even backed by biology, by the way, you don't even need religion for that. With that, if we were meant to be exactly the same and equal, there wouldn't be the need for sexual dimorphism now, would there be? How about you say that? Instead of, Jesus was wrong in a Christian...
I get he gets some points for being Sicilian. Oh, prego, molto bene.
Sermon, when we say Christian, just to be specific, unbelievable. That's what I was telling you. Apparently, this guy is a Lutheran pastor on Luke 10, guys. Now, I have seen already the Lutherans in the comments, okay? There are people who are saying, hey, there are different versions of Lutheran. I'm a Lutheran, I think it's full of shit. So I'm giving you a shout out, guys, because I don't like misrepresenting entire groups of people. If you're a Lutheran, in fact, and you think this guy is demonic, please let us know in the comments, and I would really appreciate that. I'm not putting you in the same box with this guy. But the congregation, the people that are there, if anyone says amen, you're saying amen to that devil, princess of hell at this point. So maybe stand up and leave if you're in a situation.
Yes, female, yeah. Well, there's no such thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, the idea of it is completely inverted, but there's actually no such thing as one. It's like it doesn't exist as a distinction. So it has to be an inversion.
Situation like that, because anyways, let's continue. Please.
Maybe with a question of just who Jesus thought would make that meal and the bread and all of that and do the dishes if Martha didn't. So he started with the gospel in the place of what's usually the Old Testament reading.
Yeah, exactly. This is the problem he's in. Now, hopefully with some support and some good Orthodox people around him and who have his ear, he'll understand some of these problems. Like, no, according to his post, this guy can't be demonic. You can't say he's not Christian because all he has to say is Jesus Christ defeated death and he's God, right?
Also as a mental reset. Well, though, if you already didn't like Luke, hearing implicit criticism of housework, of domestic labor, of what still is way too often known as a woman's place.
Okay, so basically now he's got...
Isn't it interesting, Zero Smoke, that both Metatron and Shadiversity, there are these people who have large channels, maybe focus in their little niche, who've done really well in their little niche, ultimately move over. Now, do I think that there might be an element where it's just whatever's culturally relevant, you got to get in while it's hot or something? Maybe. I don't want to really assign that level of intent on people, but at the same time, it actually is important. The frivolous stuff, there's nothing really truly fulfilling about just topical things about like swords and stuff. It's like shields and swords. Okay. Well, let's get into the meat of like what really matters in society. What's driving society? If you think you have a problem with the way society is organized and it's a deep aggression on truth, commentary about swords probably is not going to really get you going. So maybe there's a little of that where you're seeing this crossover between these large platforms who are kind of moving into a deeper philosophical direction about what's going on here.
Going into, I suppose, an attack on gender roles. Good luck justifying that with the Bible, but hey.
They're a cult leader because Jim Bob said... Who's a cult leader? What are you talking about? What are you saying, dude? Do you have any arguments? If we do become an Orthodox nation, would it be too much to outlaw heretics? No, I think people should be, certain behaviors and cultural customs and like certain off-religious practices. Like, people are like, what, are you going to arrest them? And I'm like, no, takes a lot of resources. We kick them out of the gates. So, hell yeah, Jason. Hell yeah. Weren't you an atheist? Maybe that still has an effect on you. No, that's not an argument. Gosh, you're retarded. See, that's a person I would just throw right out the gates. You know what I mean? Maybe take a couple of fingers.
Hey, let's see if we get some word salads at least, because so far this is kind of boring. Demon worker.
Then let me go ahead and make it worse.
Please.
And say that this may actually be trying further to diminish women's roles. It comes from the mouth of Jesus. And I really hope that it was the writer Luke who just put it on Jesus' lips.
Why would you hope that? Okay, so let me focus on this. Not only everything is nonsense, but even from a logical perspective, this is stupid. This must be inspired by a clown, like an...
You don't even know who's Italian? I'll just ask if they're Italian. Are you Italian? What are you talking about? What's your argument, dude? What are you even saying? You don't even know what you're arguing for. You don't even have a vision or a structure for the kind of world or society you want other than whiteness. Gosh, you're a loser.
Idiot from the circles of hell, because I'm sure they have those.
So exhausting, dude. Goodness. You get the whole song, too. I hate you. Ugh. What do you want? What do you want? Clearly definition. Well, that's the thing. It's like he keeps this Aussie guy, he keeps uh-oh, here comes Vagine.
Hey, Jim Bob. I just got caught up. I've responded to Metatron by telling him to reach out to Jay when he recently complained about Pope Leo. Also, great news. I started shadowing my subdeacon this week to practice cantoring and was able to chant the Prokimen and Alleluia verses. Snaggle Beast.
Thank you, Snaggle Beast. So black guy is an Italian? I didn't say that. No. You're a liar, dude. Your tongue should be removed with pliers. No. A black guy is not an Italian. A black guy who's in Italy is someone who moved to Italy and speaks the Italian language. But a black guy is not an Italian. Notice that Italian, we don't call an Italian by the color, like olive. Hey, olives. Hey, olives. Right? Italians have olive skin. I have olive skin. Well, it's white, but gray. You don't say, hey, olives, we need an olive country. We don't say that. Oh, we need to get back to an olive country. So Italian would refer to a number of things. There's language. There's history. There's culture. There's family. There's theology. It's like a whole thing there. The black person who comes into Italy is not that. Okay? But that still doesn't get you your position, dude. You dummy. All you're doing is asking me questions. I already told you. There is a reality to ethnicity and culture, heritage. And in some cases, it's more explicit and clear than others, like Japanese people. You can't really separate Japanese people from Japanese culture. The nation of Japan can't be separated from the ethnicity of Japan. Lucky them. But just because you can point to that in one instance, it doesn't mean you could just as easily point to it in every other instance. You're just not a nuanced person. You're a moron. You're a dum-dum. You're a dum-dum. We all know that you have those little froggy underwear on, okay? We're trying to give you the best shot here without banning you because, you know, we need some fodder here and there, but you're insufferable, dude. I'm going to actually leave it to the mods. You guys decide when you want to kick that guy out. He sucks. He's just a whiny little bitch, honestly, just a whiny little bitch. I wouldn't have you. Dude, if I was like this reductionist pro-white bioessentialist, I would kick you. I would be horrified that you were of my kind. I'd be like, oh, except for the bitchy guy. Loser. Just a whiny little bitch, dude. Shut up, dude. Freaking ankle-biting little prick. They say that because all of the people I love that live there are Italian. Nice. See, he's still whining. Yeah, Japanese people look a certain way. What's your point, retard? You still have no argument. Japanese people, are they the color? Are they a color? Yeah, they have a color, but their color is also the same color as Korean people. Are they Korean now? Can you imagine a Japanese person who was a Japanese groiper, but for Japanese people, and they were like, we need a yellow culture. And they're like, what? No, they don't like Chinese people. Japanese people don't like Chinese people. They would never fall for this rhetoric. Oh, we need a yellow culture. No, they would want a Japanese culture. Get them out of here. You're done. It's over. Everyone hates you. You're so hateable. You're hateable. You're actually a hateable person. And it takes something. It takes something to be like you. You know what I mean? It's like quite an accomplishment, what you're doing. Sheesh. Yeah, Christian. Yeah, exactly. No, it's exactly right there, dude. It's right there. Instead of a white society, right? Get clearer what you want. You want Christian? European? What is it? You know what I mean? Like, what is it you're actually pointing to? What is it? You might be able to make a point if you tell me what it is you're pointing to. I already told you. I would mark down white, Caucasian on a thing, and I generally kind of know what I'm referring to. Generally, but it's not enough, I'm saying. It's good. It's enough to generalize, but it's not enough to get clear on what kind of nation you're trying to build. It's not enough. That's not it. It's not enough. I'm just saying, dude. I see Neil is coping. Oh, Neil's the worst, man. Neil is the worst. I don't know what kind of things he ingested when he was a kid to make his brain not work, Neil. And I want him to do good, Neil. I want him to be good. But it's so bad, dude. Thank you, Berserk, for catching me up. 40 seconds. Hit the goal. Need a Galigity. Yeah, I need a cleanse.
Correct, kliklingen from Hakri de Helium of Dero Crucicilio Bocavratanga, and Nelio de General Brother Gligri.
I don't see a problem with race realism. Generally speaking, I don't see a problem with it either. You can generalize a race, yeah. I'm just saying there's a threshold to where it doesn't work anymore. Like you have to keep pressing and filtering down, right? That's the problem with it. You have to keep on filtering down, and then if you keep filtering down, eventually you're left with what? You're going to end up like Muslims, where you just make retarded babies because you're incest. It's like what are you guys after? Honestly, what's the goal? My criticism against the campaign for race realism is that it's not a destination. There's no telos to it. As Jay would say, dysteleological. It as itself is dysteleological. There's no direction to it. There's nothing there. You know what I'm saying? Just take your grandest generalizations and run with that, and then let your theology do the rest of the work. Like your fixation, it's like a fetish, dude. It's like these people are like, it's weird. It's like a weird fetish. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's a fetish. Galigity maxing. Just chill. Chill. No Galigity. Did you guys see Laura Loomer is basically trying to do kind of like, what, the Jew version of Candace Owens? Is that what she's up to? I saw a clip of it and I was like, what is it you're up to, lady? She's doing the whole, I'm going to be at a desk and pull up stuff, and she's doing her own like conspiracy theory stuff or something. I'm like, yeah, what you doing? What you doing, girl? I think they should fight, honestly. Richie, thank you so much, Richie, for 10 buckaroos. JB, to be fair, wouldn't this appeal to the dialectics as a method for epistemological foundation, assume epistemology? What? His appeal? Who, Neil? Are you talking about Neil, Richie, or are you mocking Neil? Because Neil said something like that. Sorry, Richie. I'm a little slow. You guys caught me pretty hammered on my Saturday stream, and then we celebrated my daughter's volleyball win, and I had 2 very, very strong drinks as well. So I really was on a tear this weekend. Been a catechumen since Michaelmas last year, and I want to thank you, Jay and Andrew, for helping me find Christ through. Well, that's beautiful. Stay on your path. Candace is at least entertaining. Yeah, she's got like that, that you actually do believe she's a little nuts. Laura Loomer, she's like, lady, you ate dog food because you thought it was You ate dog food. Anyway, these people are nuts.
To know that the real driver of the entire random attack on me from the president, and the reason why it was tinged a little there with some race, was actually his top advisor, Laura Loomer. I am told specifically that she was ranting
fight
to people because this is when she was.
So I go to church hungover? No, I wouldn't be hungover for church. I specifically knew I was going to miss liturgy because of this game, Lord of Mercy. And so I was like, okay, well, here's my big chance.
Deep in the throes of her psychosis about how she wasn't invited to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which she was already upset about. And because she was out there throwing everything, which we'll get to later, making up rumors about me and my family, she demanded a tweet of support.
She has white palms?
From Trump. In fact, that is what does explain the...
Hey, Ozzy, are her palms white?
hint of racism behind the tweet. She is truly manic, and leading up to Trump's tweet, she had been particularly focusing on my race, and I will just let you hear the things that she has.
She got nice white lady hair. See? Now we're getting into some attributes.
Was saying before Trump dropped the uses rich white men section. Take a listen. I just remember her always...
Ah! Dude. Loomer Unleashed? That's the name of your channel? Like you're a dog? I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like Loomer Unleashed? Woof.
Always talking about how she wanted to be like a suburban wife. Like she wanted to drive like a black Escalade. She used to talk about how Club Monaco was her favorite store, and she always just wanted to have like a white husband and be like, you know, married to like a established white man. And she used to tell me like, oh, I don't date black men. And she's like, in fact, when I was in high school, I was known as the girl that would like...
See, you guys, I can't even take it. I want like, I want to remove women from social media. I want a male-only social media network. I can't even take this, dude. I can't even look at it. I can't hear it. I can't even hear it. Like, it's just not the right place. You're in the wrong place. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. Ugh. Why it's screeching like that? Ugh. It's like a weird Frankenstein. Ugh. Ugh. It's all internet squawk. It's rough. It's so bad. It's such a... It's just bad. Like, they're supposed to be, like, showing aprons and, like, doing calm, like, cooking stuff, like, motherly, like, oh, look at this. I made this little treat for my kiddos. 7 tips of how to get your kid to bed and happy about it. How do you teach your kids to defend themselves against their brothers and sisters without bloodshed? You know? Like that. Like accentuating the power and beauty of femininity and motherhood. This is just not. It's like watching people it's like female comedians. They're just doing impressions of men. And I'm just like, just stop. They should all just be silenced and blocked. I just can't. I try, too. I try to, like, okay, keep up on this. Let's see what's happening over here. And I'm like, if you're not, like, teaching me, I don't know, how to do a souffle in the shape of a flower or something, like, what do I care what you're saying? I don't care. Why am I listening to you? The cult running America. Yeah, there's a lot of... Speaking of women in the wrong position, that lady, Shata Bikioku, whatever her name is, Paula White. You know, you could say, like, is it a kind of a good indicator that there's an office for faith? Kind of, yeah. I can go, obviously, very wrong, but... that office could be held by, I don't know, Josiah Trenum or something. Like, someone could hold that office position and point more explicitly to orthodoxy. But it's kind of all, it's all nauseating. I saw Jimmy Dore for the first time in years. Him and Metzger are going to do Candace's shtick now. Oh, like the same, like, format? I mean, she got it down, though, if you got to give it to her. She's locked in her house, you know. Apparently not the same house as her husband's. It's a red flag. But she seems like she never really leaves that place. And, you know, her kids need her. Allegedly, Ian, yeah, about before he was bigger, before he went on American Idol for debates, I debated him on feminism, and I basically ran forced doctrine on him, and he just kind of conceded to everything. But he's another woman I can't listen to. Honestly, if it was between allegedly Ian's voice and Candace Owens, I would listen to Candace Owens. For sure. Neuroticism news. That's funny. Neurotic news. Anyway. What else we got here? Great. It was a good debate that Alex had. That was good. A lot of people, a lot of Oriental Orthodox lashing out now. Honestly, I look at Oriental Orthodox and I think it's like the OG Protestantism for Orthodoxy. Like, if you look at the identity of Oriental Orthodox, at least in this culture we're in, it's an anti-position. It's defined by opposition to EO. EO is not defined by its opposition to Oriental Orthodoxy or even Catholicism. Rhetorically, it might come up like what distinguishes it, but it really isn't. It's affirming a positive position with a direction and a location, a way to participate, and the rest, right? That's kind of what I look at. Like, if something's identity and the arguments are constantly oppositional, like Unitarianism, like Metaphysics Mike, his entire thing is a philosophical attack on anything Trinitarian, but it doesn't have a positive position. It doesn't have the structure, the history, the beauty, the sacraments to pull people into practice. There's nothing to practice, actually. Forgot to mention earlier, the intro slaps with Sins Follow. Yeah, it's my favorite. It actually matches the time of the animation too. It almost makes me want to make a music video for Hello Listener, but that's a big task. I almost went to an OO church the first time. You know what's funny, Jason? I missed, or I went to a parish and it was like too packed. Like, it was just overwhelming. It was like earlier before I was baptized, and I had my whole family in the car, and I kind of peeked in just to see like if we were too late, and we didn't want to stand or whatever in the back or whatever, and so I just like Googled, and then I park at this new place and I run in, and it was weird because like before I knew it was Oriental, I knew it wasn't it. I don't know how to say it. It was like intuitive. Now I don't that's not the ultimate epistemic criteria by any means, but it was just an interesting thing I had. I was like, oh, like this is not. That's this feeling I had. This is not. Yeah, I did see that. That's huge for Rachel. I wish, maybe if it said her name or tagged her. He posted my thing once, and I was just like, dude, can you help a little person out, please, Elon? Please? No one cares. Oh, look at that. Amazing comic. Really funny and insightful and amazingly executed. No one cares who it's by. Thanks a lot, Elon. You dork. Like, Elon's super powerful and influential, but he still needs a wedgie. Still needs a locker. Still a dork. So you're saying I could be white Okay. Okay. $10 from Dar. Thank you. Made that mistake my first time. There's a certain it factor. Yeah, you can't. Isn't that weird? Like, you can't. Like, what? Like, you can't reduce it. You can't, like, fully reduce it down. But you know it's. But you're like, I've seen it. Joe Rogan fumes on a set. What's going on? Erica Kirk is a lunatic. Did we ever figure out if that was real or not, you guys? Did we ever figure out if the zoom in was AI or not? Because if it's not, if it is AI, I'm officially removing myself from the category of people that thinks they can tell the difference between AI and not. I'll just concede. I'll just tell you what, it's over for me. There's no coming back from this. It's real. There's definitely people trying to do some sort of like psyoping then, because people are gaslighting everybody. They're like, this is not real. This is how stupid people are. They think this is real. I almost believed it. Another news, Alex Jones shuts down InfoWars, I suppose. Is that right? What's going on? Final interviews, final guests. So what's next? I don't know. Well, what's next for Alex Jones? Wrestling? That would be cool. I mean, it's weird that you can't keep the name alive or something, so there's that. That's a end of a chapter, isn't it? I never got on with Alex Jones, but I was on with Harrison a couple times, and they were interested in putting me on with Alex, but it just never happened. Here comes the OO, right? You say one thing about OO, he shows up in the chat. All right, let's give him all the attention now. Everybody, spotlight. Turn all your spotlights. Put on your cell phone flashlights. Shine them in the direction of Johan here. He needs you. Okay, here we go. And here we go. Would you deny? Here, I'm going to read it in echo. Chat, why do you deny Jesus' one composite nature? That doesn't make sense. What's a composite nature? What does that mean? You're literally saying there's a third nature made up of two natures. That's what you mean by composite nature, right? One nature made by two natures? Yeah, that's incoherent. Why do I deny something that's incoherent, chat? Why do I deny something incoherent? Because it's incoherent. God gave us coherency and correspondence, logic, philosophy. He gave us all these tools, Johan, and you're not using them. You're not using them properly. Just a different... Oh, Alex Jones lives. He's not dead. Well, it seems like it online. Everyone's like, you know, I hear this. I'm looking at posts about InfoWars, and I'm just hear this. You already believe Jesus is composite? What are you talking about? You see how quick they shift? They're like little snakes. They're like little brown snakes in the grass. Because we all agree he's one composite hypostasis. That's a person. One composite mode. Now you're switching mode and nature. Like all you guys do is juggle terms. That's the entire OO philosophy. It's just like, Nature doesn't mean nature. It actually means person. And now person means mode, but mode means person. And then I don't know what I'm talking about, and I eat with my hands. Shut up. They don't even know what they're saying. Trump is unwell. I heard Trump pooped his pants, which means Make America Great diapers for adults coming soon. Oh, wow. Sam Harris back on the tour. This one's called The Voice in Your Head Is Not You by Sam Harris.
A big blind spot.
You little rat.
With you. You write and
Ah! I thought I threw my Q-tips away.
talk about a wide range of topics, including the problems with faith, morality, free will.
Oy vey. Oy vey indeed.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
What video are you talking about with the zoom in? Oh, you know, the one with the breathing where she's like... This is what Charlie would have wanted. Charlie loved my sequence outfits.
Secular enlightenment, gun ownership, the dangers of the Islamic religion, and more. And what really impresses me is not so much the wide range, but you're what I would call a stand-up guy. You stand up for your convictions and you speak to them truthfully, from your experience, from your knowing, and I really respect that. And I'm really excited to have this conversation with you. Let me just tell you a little bit more about Sam. He's the author of 5 New York Times bestsellers, neuroscientist, philosopher, host of the widely acclaimed Making Sense podcast, and he's the creator of the Waking Up app for people who want to learn to meditate in a modern, scientific context. Sam, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to meet you.
Wow,
Happy to be here.
wow.
Wonderful to meet
Nailed
you
it.
too.
I totally did that on accident. Just... Oh my gosh. Excellent. I'd say super chat me for that, but I didn't do that on... I just pure luck. What about Dickie Dawkins? Oh yeah, I already reviewed that, Richie. Yeah. Shakalabiki Yoku. Yeah, exactly, Chaw. Shakalabiki Yoki. Oki. Yep. That's right.
I'm surprised that it's taken so long for our life paths to converge.
It's funny. She's like, you did all this stuff, but also your entire foundation of your worldview is that there's no you. You're literally a mechanism with big ears.
Right here, this moment, but I'm so happy that we're on.
Which one's Sam?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I heard your voice somewhere. I think it was probably on your own podcast, and I thought, this is, if ever there was a great podcasting voice, this is a voice I have.
Any advice for single young men? I mean, other than just master your craft and your gifts and embed yourself in a parish, become Orthodox, and convert some proudy woman, make babies. I don't have much else to say.
I have to meet. So you really, you can't be, this can't be the first time you've heard this, but you've just got this amazing timeless radio voice. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Came.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you a lot. You should see my toy drawer.
With the body and everything.
Yeah.
With it.
What the hell? What is wrong with these people? I get that she's telling a joke, like she got the body that came with it. I mean, she's kind of doing a funny self-deprecating joke, like she's admitting it. So I get, all right, she gets a point.
Thank you. Came with the body and everything.
Yeah.
With it.
Awkward. That's the moment where you say you have a radio voice and you're already saying that you're kind of ugly. And Sam Harris, and she says, thank you, I'm also ugly. And he's all, time to take a sip.
So about 10 years ago, I hosted a 23-part interview series called Waking Up. What does it really mean? And the thing that astonished me the most after doing 23 interviews is that people didn't answer the same way. I was shocked. I was like, wow, people use the same word, waking up, spiritual awakening, and they mean different things by it. So I wanted to start there and hear precisely what Sam Harris means by waking up.
Oh, this should be great.
Yeah, well,
This is going to be great. Here, let me make sure to play the right thing.
I mean, a few things. I think the center of the bullseye for me, and this is really the direct influence of of the non-dual teachings in Buddhism and the Indian tradition on me. This is really Dzogchen and Advaita. It's not that those two schools think they teach precisely the same thing, but I basically think they do, albeit the methods are different. But I think the goal is the same. And the goal is really to recognize that the sense of self, the sense that there's a subject in the middle of experience, that to whom experience refers, that there's an I that is appropriating experience. It's not identical to experience, but it's kind of on the edge of it or in the middle of it. The subject in the head, that's an illusion, right? So you're waking up from the
which thing determined that that's an illusion there, Sam? Which one?
dream of subject-object perception, and especially certainly when you're talking about the mechanics of psychological suffering, you're waking up from the dream of identification with thought, right? The sense that this...
Unbelievable. I want to punch you so bad. You're waking from a dream, and every time you're thinking, you're essentially there's no you there.
Next arising thought is what you are subjectively, right? I mean, this is not something that people would necessarily assert conceptually. I mean, most people, certainly most educated people in the West, people who believe that we've understood something scientifically about the nature of...
You know, his wife is as insufferable as he is.
Of ourselves. They're not going to think that they really are identical to their thoughts, or they're going to think they're identical to their bodies, probably.
He said self is ultimately an illusion. So it's very, very strange.
And if they're religious in any sense, they think they're identical to their soul.
Like, this is how far people go to reject Jesus Christ. It's like the amount of foolishness that's entailed by the rejection. It's like it's perfectly scaled by how much you reject. Like, so, you know what I mean? Like, if there was a scale, right, little simple scale, like the level and the veracity that you, or I should say the how vigorous, right, you reject Christ, the more insane things come out of your mouth.
Souls, inside their bodies, very likely.
What's the word I'm looking for? There's like a very specific word. I thought it's not veracity. That's man, I wish I had the word. It's just the perfect time to use the word, and I just don't know what the word is. It's like you're forget it, it's over. Being shocked that people have differing meanings for a broad term is not a great start to this intellectual discussion. Yeah.
There's a sense of
Isn't
feeling
it weird that people use the word spiritual, but they mean different things?
Identical to thought. That really is the default state for most of us. The thoughts sneak up upon us unawares, and they inhabit us. And when obviously in meditation, you learn to recognize them as appearances in consciousness, but unrecognized, strangely, this next piece of language, or this next image, this next memory, this next judgment, this next kindling opinion.
No, yeah, I was trying to say proportionality, but I'm talking about like the vigor of like how energetic they are in their pursuit.
Just feels like me, right? It just feels like, okay, this is. There's no distance. There's no subjective distance between me and the voice in my head, which is thinking this next thought, and that's the default state. And
wait a second, I have a question for my fellow atheists here. No, don't mean fellow, I mean present atheists. Is this guy still in the rankings, or did he like escape? Did Sam Harris pull like an escape hatch, and now he's like lost in spiritual land, and you're like, oh, we lost another one? Is it just because he's older, so he didn't stay around for the upcoming people who reject their parents? Like, is he disowned? And
that really is, in many ways, deeply analogous to being asleep and dreaming and not knowing that you're dreaming.
Oh, wow! That's deep, and I'm 11. We're all dreaming, and I'm dreaming this interview. I'm just on a hammock.
When we go to sleep, we fall into a dream state. I think the most remarkable thing about dreams is that we're totally unsurprised to suddenly find ourselves in this new condition, right? You're safely in your bed, you fall asleep, and then however many minutes later, in subjective time, it's more or less instantaneous, you're somewhere else. You were surrounded by other
Dude, I thought I had a scowl.
people you've never met.
Like, he never looks not perplexed. He never looks not discomfort. He looks like he's taking a perpetual dump.
Met, or famous people, or dead people, or
like how do you you know what I'm saying? Like how do you grab your wife and give her a kiss with those eyebrows and that scowl? Are you mad at me still?
And
no, I love you.
Unless it's a lucid dream, unless
I just want to kiss you. No, honey, I just want to kiss. I want to kiss. Do you want to go on a date with me? You're so beautiful today, honey. Just so happy about my life right now. I'm just like so fulfilled and happy about the. Honey, are you okay? Sam's face is extremely aerodynamic. Yeah, he looks like he's skydiving. Like, what, dude? What is it? What is it? Chill. The irony of having that face and being like the representation, the representative of wellness, like spirit, like mental wellness. Like, oh, try my app. Try my. I have an app that's about meditating and being at peace. Can't you tell that I'm at peace?
Unless you have some reality testing going on that links it to your waking state, the most remarkable thing is that we don't even notice this transition. I mean, we have no sense that the laws of physics have been suspended for us, that our psychological continuity has been interrupted. We're just ready to feel.
Sam, pinch it off already.
That we are this subject in the next circumstance. And
what do you need, a laxative? I think coconut water works.
Something like that happens with thought more or less every moment of our waking lives. We just are borne away by this voice in our heads or by the stream of imagery, and it totally defines our sense of being in the world. I mean, if you think a thought of self-hatred, or you think a thought of regret, or you think of the person who died, who you deeply miss, if you have no perspective on those thoughts, all of a sudden that is you. That is your emotional state. That is your life. And
dude,
it's very strange.
It's so uncomfortable.
The thought has this kind of power.
Like, how do you go to the bank and the teller doesn't feel like you're about to rob them?
Power over us. I'm not saying that thought is something we want to get rid of. Obviously, thought is quite necessary for our functioning as human beings, but it is the mechanism that delivers virtually all of our psychological suffering.
He has no idea what he's saying.
And meditation offers a way to break that spell.
I have no idea what you're saying, but I knew I was a lesbian pretty much at 3 years old, and my parents kind of knew it too, and they sort of pushed me in that direction. And I'm thankful for that, Sam. I don't know what you just said, but I am thinking about Cynthia now. If you miss the meditation session, he becomes spiritually constipated. It's so weird.
Sam Harris is not the thinker. You're waking.
She totally didn't even listen to anything.
Thinker. You're waking up.
Listen to that.
Virtually all of our psychological suffering, and meditation offers a way to break that spell.
Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
Sam Harris is not the thinker.
That's for sure. Nailed it. Mogged. Lesmugging. Yeah, Sam Harris doesn't appear to be the thinker, does he? She got that. I'm starting to like her.
You're waking up from something. I get that. From identification with thought and with.
So it's like mixing Freudian Jew stuff with Buddhism. It's like the worst. It's like the worst mix.
Being the thinker. So there's a waking up from, but what about the waking up to? What do you discover?
Oh, switch the words. Things get deep.
You are. How would you language that?
How would you language that? What is I? Oh boy. Just when you thought his eyebrows couldn't contort more, just ask him, just say, how do you language that? Jim Bob framed by Miss Doubtfire? Seriously. Seriously. Mrs. Doubtfirestein? Is that Larry David?
Well, I tend to use the word consciousness or awareness. I use those as synonym for what remains when
Oh, so profound.
you're not shattering experience with concepts. Right? So there really is just
His eyebrow curls are just backward parentheses.
consciousness and its contents, and the
He's literally outing himself
contents
with his
are
face.
in some basic sense indivisible from consciousness itself. Right? This is a very traditional view in Advaita or in Dzogchen or in Mahamudra or even Zen. I mean, any non-dual school would give you some version of this, where you have a
Pitcher and pizza, nice. Pitcher and pizza, yeah. Watching Jim Bob affirm my own biases and stir the anger within me in righteous indignation. Enjoy that beer and pizza.
this condition that is the basis of all experience, all subjectivity. The feeling that it's like something to be what you are is consciousness. And
Wow,
this
you're
would be no less
so
true
deep,
even
bro.
if you were radically confused about everything. I mean, even if this is all a dream, even if this is all an illusion, even if
Who's Jay debating tonight? It's on Modern Day Debate, right? Yeah, I'll watch that.
nothing is as it seems, there is this seeming, there's this experience of something, and for lack of a better word, many of us call that consciousness or awareness, and everything you can experience is appearing in that space. And I should be clear, I'm not making any metaphysical claims about this. I'm not saying
Yes, you are. Dude, that's a metaphysical claim right there. You just made a metaphysical claim. You just did.
in that the consciousness is the foundation of all reality, that that it preceded the Big Bang. Say, I'm not saying that insight into non-duality teaches you anything about cosmology, right? It clearly doesn't. Right? So
What? Cosmology? What do you think? What are you saying? You don't even know what you're saying. I'm not making any metaphysical statements. I don't have a cosmological system about it.
I think we can bracket all of those metaphysical questions about how consciousness relates to the brain or the physical universe. Was very interesting.
What is he say? What is he saying? This guy should be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't say this enough. When everyone's afraid about the totalitarians, psychopaths, getting all of the intellectuals together and putting them somewhere, they always say, because they're scared of us and we're smart and we're going to out their problems and they're going to lose power because of our smart essays that we write. No, they literally just don't care and don't like you. Like, consider the gulags or the ditches it's like the locker. It's like being stuffed in the locker, but for authoritarians. They always think that it's because they're so smart and they're just going to undo everybody's power because they're going to figure it out and then someone's going to read their flyer about it. It's like, no, you're just annoying. You're a Catholic, but you're defending the Oriental Orthodox Christology? Dude, you're so sketch and sus, dude. You're like the embodiment of sus, Johan.
They're consequential for certain questions, and we haven't figured all of that out yet, obviously, but it really doesn't matter for the claims I'm making about the possibilities of experience and about the nature of human suffering. So you can bracket the metaphysics. I'm happy to talk about it if it interests you, but...
Dude, you already refuted the idea of suffering. If there's no self, there's no suffering. There's no problem or metaphysical investigation of suffering, because suffering would assume the subject that you're denying. Who is suffering? There's no you. Everyone has the right to be really upset with these people.
I just want to be clear that I am talking about the nature of experience and what can be realized from the first person side if you simply pay close attention.
It's funny how all the schismatics all unite. Yep. Diversity is their strength.
To what it's like to be you.
Right, but here's where I'd love to understand
Have you ever considered putting up frames with nothing in them on the wall? It's like there's a certain artistic liberty about the empty frames that you're sort of capturing something that doesn't exist. It's like going down to the stream and cupping the water, but there's no water, Something that me and Cynthia debated about this, actually. It actually started a fight. Sam. Funny enough, the empty frame started a fight. And during Thanksgiving, no less.
A little bit more from your perspective. In the waking up process, there's this discovery of consciousness or awareness.
They're question frames.
That isn't touched by the contents that come and go. And yet, you're over there, wherever you are. What geography are you in? I'm over here.
I'm in Israel.
We have different experiences, perspectives. There's a uniqueness of Sam Harris, the stand-up guy that I mentioned, and Tammy Simon with the radio voice. How do you understand that?
What? What are you guys saying? You guys are a waste. You're a waste. You're building nothing. This is what you call vain philosophy right here. If you wanted an example of vain philosophy, is this it? And why is it they are drawn to it?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
It's very fascinating. It might have something to do with the Talmudic tradition, where everything's in question and everything can be debated. Is this a 6 or a 9? Well, we'll just have to save it for debate. We still don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows. Follow the nose. It always knows, except we don't know. Well, Catholics believe Muslims, Hindus worship the same God as Christians, so not surprising Johann would defend OO. Yeah, I have no idea, Jason. It's like mind-boggling. It's just bizarre. You seek truth, but you hold an incoherent view of Christology, so you don't seek truth. Truth, who is truth? Is truth a person? Now I know you're a liar. You're straight up a liar. I don't think you're any of the things. I don't even believe you're OO, actually, at this point. I don't even believe you're an OO at this point.
Well, I think that it's obvious that the consciousness of contents and our minds is these phenomena are in some unavoidable sense born of our body and our entanglement with the world, right? And so I don't think you can be a again, I would like to bracket the metaphysics because I'm somewhat agnostic about the kind of the final answers here. It's pretty clear we don't know them. So consciousness for me is distinct from mind in the sense that it still remains a mystery as to how it relates to neurophysiology. Mind itself, right, the functions of a human mind, our ability to process language, our ability to map the physical world onto, in our visual field, onto our visual cortex, right? I mean,
Oh, shut up. Oh, this is like what you'd be into, your first year at college, and you read a book on something, non-dualism versus dualism, and you're on your way to a class, and you have a crush on a girl, and this is the world of this philosophy. You know what it is? It's like trust fund philosophy. It's like you don't need to get anywhere. There's nowhere to get to. Yeah, there's no pressure. You're good. Don't worry about it. No, Sam Harris, don't worry. Your mom literally created the Golden Girls. You don't have to worry about a damn thing. I can't tell if they're talking to each other or both just taking turns. They're not listening. There's nothing being exchanged here. This is like drone warfare, but no one dies. This is like drone warfare, but it's only spiritual death. Have I made a video on Sirsak? He made a video on me. Sirsak? Yeah, he's a little ankle-biting coward. None of these people debate. They just hide behind their little YouTube channels. Lazy. They're lazy. I even can't take any more of this. Right on the train. His channel goes right on the train. Unbelievable. How do they last this long? Just in life. It's just like pure nonsense. Just nonsense. No actuality, no logistical application, nothing true. Just floating in their own nonsense. They're just literally taking turns bathing in their own morass. Just brain masturbating. Yeah. Yeah. Why do you think he has the luxury of going into the woods and, you know, developing an app for a mind he denies? Raised Catholic, but I'm autistic. Is that the excuse? Is that now you're trying to soften us up with your autism shield? Is that what it is? It doesn't work. Heretic. Repent. Guys, I'm autistic. Everything I said up to this point has an excuse. Okay? Just want to throw that out there, guys. Hands up. Don't shoot. I'm good. Guys, you can't blame me. Guys, I didn't do anything wrong here. Okay? Let's see. Unnecessary art. I was scared of AI until I really... Keith Haring. Okay. Antichrist situation is worse than I thought. Well, we got to hear from Ruslan.
Antichrist cult leader's dark past is way worse than we ever thought. If you've been keeping up, last week we covered the utter insanity of the raid at their compound where...
How cool. I didn't know they got raided.
This guy, Abdul Hashim, who started a cult combining all these different faiths and Islamic eschatology. Well, we got to the bottom of the information that was delivered to us about his actual origin story, and it's way worse than we could have ever imagined. Okay, so this was covered. This dude claims to be the second coming of Christ, the successor of Muhammad.
I am Abdullah, the successor of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the successor of the Comforter Ahmed, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ. I am not the Antichrist, nor do I claim to be the Messiah. The only Messiah to ever come was Jesus, the son of Mary alayhi salam.
But the information that was delivered to me was way darker than that. So imagine spending an entire career exposing the world's most dangerous cults. And then in the process, you're becoming an expert on how these cults manipulate, brainwash, destroy families, only to turn around and use that same exact playbook to become a cult leader yourself. So again, we've been talking about the situation with Abdul Hashim, but the update I received doesn't just change the narrative, it explains why he's been so successful at deceiving so many people. So in this video, we're going to jump into the dark past that he had as a documentary filmmaker, the disturbing irony of cult deprogramming in his background, and why some are terrified that his next move involves buying up land right here in the US. Later in this video, we'll be talking about the scriptural implications of some of this sort of stuff and how you could avoid getting sucked into a cult similar to this and kind of what is some of the psychology that gets people sucked into this. But I think on the surface, many people thought that, man, is this just another nut job leading a dangerous group? Or perhaps are we seeing the man of sin strategy play out in real time? We're going to come back to that with regards to Abdul Hashim. But I want to take a deep dive and look at some of the background of this dude because this is by far the most fascinating story. Okay, so I'm going to play a little video from a YouTube...
Craig Trulia and Cleve took down the OO. There really is nothing of OO that I see that isn't, like I said this before, that isn't just counter to orthodoxy. Like, it doesn't like, you know how, like, whether you like it or not, there's like aesthetic videos of orthodoxy, Eastern Orthodoxy. There are the beautiful videos made. There's like a subculture that's oriented toward just the beauty and aesthetic and everything behind it. And maybe it exists, but I just don't ever see that. It's not produced maybe to the same level. Like, I don't know why that would be. From the OO side, they don't lead with what it is. They lead with what it's not, or something like this.
YouTube channel called The Midnight Shout. They actually did a brilliant 3-part backstory of this dude, how he was a filmmaker exposing cults and then ends up starting a cult. Okay, so Abdul Hashim was born in India, mixed with Egyptian Muslim father and American Christian mother. And again, he was early in his phase exposing cults through a filmmaking career where he was infiltrating these different groups to make docuseries about them. And one of these folks even threatened to sue him. Okay, so let's jump back into some of his origin story. Again, check out this full series, this 3-part series on the Midnight Shout YouTube channel.
Before the religion.
And Ruslan has his own backstory that you could look at by searching Origami Ruslan or turning Ruslan into origami or something like this. Folding Ruslan into origami. Folding Ruslan into origami.
Hashem was just an average kid wanting to be a filmmaker. A student from Indiana University with an interest in diverse religions and with a passion.
Way less aura in those photos, huh? You take away the beard and the beanie and he just looks like a regular old normal dude.
For exposing cults. Alongside his friend Joseph McGowan, they formed Hashem Films and Dragon Slayer Productions. Their first target, the Raelian cult, a UFO-centered religion founded by Claude Vorlon, aka Rael.
See, this makes me think that, like, we're officially in the age where you can actually get away with creating a cult and having it be believable with production value. Something that struck me about this guy as he made the rounds, this Abdullah Hashim guy, there was something overproduced about his speeches. Like there was a place with a setting and it almost felt like there were extras. The way it was shot, the way it was filmed, the way it was organized. It felt like a set and there was a character. So I wouldn't put it past this guy that he's doing like almost like higher level, not even trolling. I think some of these people actually think it's art. You know what I mean? Like even look at the logo. Like you don't do that logo without knowing it's going to hit certain emotional substrates, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this guy is a creative. I think this Mahdi guy, I think he's like a creative. Like, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't concern him to do something entirely deceptive for the craft. That's what I think about this guy. I don't think he's an actual cult leader. I don't think he ever really believed that he was the successor to Christ and the rest of that. I think he's making a statement. I think he's doing an artistic program and, you know, sworn to himself and whoever his partners are in this that, you know, never expose it, that it's a creation, that's made up. That's what I think. I had that inclination like early when I saw it because of the aesthetic of it. I was like, this feels like there's something slightly believable about it, but there's something more so not in the way it was presented to the world.
They believe humans were created by extraterrestrials. In 1973, Rael claims he was contacted by beings from another planet.
So long story short, he infiltrates this cult, gets super involved, and then starts making documentary exposés to expose them. This is what makes all this so eerie.
Yeah,
In Semi,
exactly.
Las Vegas.
Exactly.
They had claimed it was for a student film, but then
Never
used the
break
footage for the
character,
exposure of the group. Here is a picture of them with Bridget Boisselier, the successor to Rael in 2003. Hashem and Goen attended and filmed the Raelian seminar in Las Vegas. They had claimed it was for a student film, but then used the footage for the exposure of the group.
Angela, Joni Thanks, he grabbed headlines a few years ago
Please don't show a gun.
claiming he had produced the first human clone. Remember the story of the clone and a man named Rael? 2 Indian filmmakers will premiere a documentary tonight about the man and the Raelian revolution.
So it's interesting that this is how this dude got his pop initially, by exposing
his pop. Dude, what is wrong with you? You're not black. Stop. I don't even want to listen to you anymore because of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where the dude got his pop. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Yeah, Jay probably did cover him. He's probably clearly some sort of plant. But, you know, people use creative people all the time, right? That happens. Artists, singers, actors. So I think he was like, yeah, dude, he was probably like, make me famous. Make me super famous. Pop. This is how he got his first pop, yo. He's so chilling and vibing, though. Dude, I got a whole vibe over here. We're gonna cover the news. You ain't heard the news like this. Not with this pop. Dude, I put some ice on that. You know? I put some swerve in it. He's unbearable. Unbearable. The Antichrist guy. Oh, what'd you say, Bowie? Yo, pop. Now he's popping. Things got real. That would be funny. He goes full Black Panther. Dude, I'm this close to animating this guy, I swear. He's like a tad bit more relevant somehow than Bryce Crawford. But, oh man, I'm this close, dude. Nice. What is it about today? This is like maybe the 10th, 12th announcement of people either going to their first liturgy, went to their first liturgy, or went to their like third liturgy. Glory to God. It was so beautiful. Good. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. A movement further away from broccoli head. Did you say vibe? Because you didn't. That's genius. Vibe church. Bible. Oh, you Bible. I didn't say Bible. Bible. It's in a Bible, dog. Look, it's an all new. Look, dude. I think we got our skit, our sketch. Look, guys. It's an all new thing compiled by yours truly and my team. I got a great team back here at Bless God. It's an extension of Rhythm Church. And we got a new book out. It's called Bible. How to take verse in step and stride in rhythm. So you could go to the store. It's up on the shop. It pops. It's $79. And that ain't bad, dude. So we got that going on. We got a sale going on for it. And the first 50 people who buy it, it comes with a Bible shirt, tank top, workout jersey with my name on the back. Says Ruru on the back, number 777. All right. So check that out. It's a 6-week Bible course done in the style of hip hop. Bible comes with a box of grape cereal. Ruru knows. I come from the streets. You know what Rue means in French? It means street. That's why they call me Ruru. That's right. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, someone asked my early influences. I like Lauryn Hill, honestly. Yeah, Bible. Yeah, I'm coming in hot with the vibe. I think I have to do it, dude. You know what I could do instead of animating? I think I could actually get like an afro wig and just do it. Like, my beard's epic, but it like dwarfs his, but I think I can do it. You know what else I would do? You know who he reminds me of? Anybody? You remember Humpty Hump? You guys remember the rapper Humpty Hump? He looks like Humpty. Like, he just needs that fake reddish nose, right? That's what I would need. Like, people would be like, what is that? It would just be this, like, clearly prosthetic nose. Like the Humpty Hump nose. And I think I could do the Bible thing. And do the whole background, too. Like, fake his background, right? AI is amazing. And put myself in his chair and be like, ha, it's Ruru. It's your boy, Ruru. Yeah, Digital Underground. Shout out to Digital Underground. Ruru, this is coming in from Rhythm Nation. From every station. I'm not against mass migration if it's for Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Haha, little Ruru coming through. Yep, that's right. No AI. No AI background. No. I'll act it. I'm saying with AI you can get his background without him, like, perfect. Get the whole thing. It's Mount Umpty, yeah. That's right. That's right. Marky Mark. Shout out. Dude, I always had a dream. I wanted to... Dude, ask my moms, dude. The first thing I had a dream to be like a model. Because I seen like Mark Wahlberg, early guest stuff, dude. And I was like, that's going to be me. And my mom's was like, oh, that's right, Ruru. Called into Dire Cord once. He called me an idiot. I said, you a wise black diva. He said, thank you. I became orthobro. Nice. What did you ask him that he called you an idiot? Yeah. Got the Vibel versus V squared. We don't mess up. We don't miss the mark, dude. First tier is $12.99 a month. With that, you get three Vibel verses sent to your phone in the morning. Start off your day right. Do it right. Do it right. Rosie Rose in the Funky Bunch. That's right. That's right. Ha. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, I almost went to juvie. Ha. I mean, it wasn't like juvie. It was just a little like room that the mall has when you try to steal something. They put you in there they call your moms and stuff. But it was close. It was close. It was like the closest thing that I was to juvie, you know. I grew up pretty hoard. LeBron James Vibel. The King LeBron James Vibel. King LeBron James. Yeah. You got y'all remember Parappa the Rapper? Dude, that game was dope. That game was dope. Yeah, it had that 2D like flat vibe to it, but it worked. It worked. For some reason, that worked. Horde. Yeah, horde. I grew up horde. Yeah, I grew up horde. I heard that. I'm not surprised by that. That's going to send people into a spiral. All, you know, the Catholics are going to lose. They're going to lose. EBT is going to literally have a meltdown and not make it to work this week. EBT is going to do like a whole week stream on Seraphim Rose. Rabba-da-rappa-do, for real though. Yeah. That's right. You know how we do it over there. Yeah, that's how we do it. Oh, I'm about to do the worm. Don't make me do the worm, dude. No, I'll embarrass you. Don't make me do the worm. Ooh, elephants in the room. That one guy, he says, there's another video, what they don't teach you about Native Americans. You know, because they give you the whole spiel that they're just sitting around, you know, sharing a pipe, sending up text messages in the form of smoke to text deer to tell them that thank you in advance before I kill you. No, they weren't peaceful. They weren't peaceful. No. Not even close. Not even a little bit. Do I watch movies? Sometimes. There's not that many good movies. What have I been watching? I've been watching a show, a John Hamm show. I forgot what it's called already. He's like a thief. Like he's stealing from rich people, but he's a rich person. I usually watch things like because it's just like I'm trying to shut my brain down. So it's like it's almost admittedly like I'm purposefully doing brain rot just to be like, let's just Shut it all down, okay? It's like a shutdown mode. Does that make sense? Anyone else do that? Some of you might even feel guilty doing it, where you're like, what am I doing? I don't feel guilty. I'm like, no, this is power down mode. You're like, why are you watching this, like, you know, entertainment slop? It's like, yes. It's like a pseudo lobotomy. Ernest was true comedy. Ernest, yeah, really good physical comedian. Why I'm not Christian? Oh, let's.
Drew Kneckley, welcome to the next generation. Elliot, you so much. Appreciate it. Great to have you. Yeah, I grew up in.
Even in a sit-down interview, he probably gets up and puts his hands on his knees. Cliff surrounds the person. He's always pacing around.
Brighton in the UK, which is
just watch nature stuff. Humans are nature. I mean, I look at I watch humans. I'm going to be debating a religious Jew on 2 prompts. Is Christ the Messiah, and is the Trinity taught in the Old Testament? That's a lot, Steelborn. So that's a lot. That's a... I wouldn't even debate those two, but, you know, that's not my wheelhouse anyway, but I wouldn't debate those. Neither of them. No philosophy. I have the advantage of being a novice Suud. There's even, admittedly, a level of Dunning-Kruger that I have. But because it's rudimentary, for some reason I'm able to utilize it effectively. Because I look at very simple things. I look at very simple assumptions that are made, and I see cutting defeaters to basic assumptions, or I'll see contradictions in really basic assumptions, and I kind of go in that direction, and I stay there. I'm not taught, or I have no good knowledge of philosophy or history of philosophy, or if you name some obscure philosopher that you should know, I wouldn't know it. A lot of terms I don't know, you know what I mean? I'm not well educated. But there's a dumbness that I have that I'm able to gnaw on the broken pillars that people have, if that makes sense. Where can someone apply for debates? You could just email or DM me on anything, email me and just make the title Scud, made by Jimbob at Gmail, and just write Scud. I'll keep a going list. You're going to want a very concise and ironclad opening. Yeah, those are 2 massive top. Those are one of those things the level of biblical hermeneutical acumen that you need to have for that first prompt is massive. Actually, for both of those are 2 massive things. That's like a massive, that's like a debate like a Dyer could take. So just make sure you're not just agreeing to any topic, Steelborn.
Is the most atheist place in Britain. So religion growing up, it wasn't even an open inquiry, it was a closed book. As I've gone through my childhood, I've become more and more fascinated in we're all...
I'm Orthodox!
...born with this type of knowledge that there is a God, or at least there's something greater than us that we're prone to worship. So that's part of the poll. The other...
Yeah, I got that, Topher. Thank you. Honestly, Topher, that's something I know I have to do. And just to be completely honest, it's overwhelming. I look at it and I go, oof, that's a big project. And it changes my posture.
Other spot that you're talking about is a fleshly desire is what the Bible talks about. And that fleshly desire is, hey, look.
Someone say fleshly desires? I like that.
Any man who's...
What? That made my hair stand up.
...knocking on the door of a brothel is truly looking for a God, if they're an atheist. And my atheist friends really don't like when I say that, but I believe there's some level of truth in it, where
We are going through a door, looking for pleasure, not wanting there to be a God, want something to stimulate our nerve endings. But we know that dopamine kick only lasts for so long. And so for a big part of me, yes, I don't want there to be a God because I want to live especially my own lustful way. And so for 20-year-olds, there's a reason why whenever we talk about lust, it goes viral. Because 18 to 34 and beyond.
That word really lights me up.
I mean, even my 85-year-old friends, you're going to deal with lust and
I like those questions, don't you?
until the end. And so I think that pulls us away from God because it's a desire to live
I like magenta, don't you?
my own way. And one guy said to me once that, hey, Stuart, I don't want to give over my identity to somebody or something else. Why would I ever want to do that? So I think the identity piece is another one.
It used to be the case that I didn't want there to be a God that existed. I selfishly wanted to be the ruler of my own world. I wanted to build my own empire because that
wouldn't have gotten here to this discussion simply from evolution. Why not? Truth is outside of evolution. Nothing about truth is connected to the survival of the fittest.
Tell me more.
So true survival of the fittest is simply the strong eat the weak. And how am I going to preserve myself more? But then
This is Plantinga's argument.
all of a sudden, the drive for something to be true and not error is something that's outside of that evolutionary drive. You know, you go further and say something like free will is just a misfiring according to evolution. Something like objective morality, misfiring, but kind of helps us maybe. You look at consciousness, obviously something that's beyond evolution. But that drive for truth is a very new argument put out by somebody called Alvin Plantinga, who's one of the most renowned philosophers today. And I haven't seen anybody push back against that, any atheist. I've seen agreement, and they'll land on, yeah, truth doesn't make sense from, the striving for truth doesn't make sense from an evolutionary perspective.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually worse than that. From the evolutionary perspective, that you don't even have access to truth at all. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, maybe Plantinga didn't really, like, fully exhaust it, because his argument is just fine the way it's structured, where you just go, yeah, well, you just believe that, but we don't know. You know, it's not geared for survival. But if you really think about the mechanics of evolution and what it posits, that's why I asked Professor Dave the question that I did and why that went viral. It went viral because the people who know what the entailment of that question and his answer was understand that from an evolutionary view, the brain and what it does is not purposed for seeking truth. Plantinga's argument was more broad about evolution. The process, broadly speaking, as a concept, doesn't value truth. It values survival. But the thing is, the brain, when you go to the granular level of his argument, the brain itself isn't geared toward a proper or improper way of functioning. It has no standard for that at all. There's no standard for it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I love Plantinga's argument against naturalism, and yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I would agree with it too, the fact that atheism, or at least naturalism, kind of undercuts itself. I don't think that necessarily means that it's not true as far as we can perceive truth. It's more about our perception. The fact that as humans, we would be evolved to detect the world in certain ways. That's not necessarily a true representation of what's actually going on, but it makes us survive. That doesn't mean that there's no truth out there in the universe, that there's not an actual kind of gravitational field.
Well, this conversation gets back to what you said earlier about faith. I hope it's becoming real clear. I get that all three of us around this table have faith. So the idea that somebody does...
Bro, you need a beard, dude. This is out of control. This is out of control. You look like the lady you just interviewed, Sam Harris, dude. Get some facial hair, dude. Creeping me out.
doesn't have faith if they're just into science.
You look like one of those bald birds. You know those birds? You're like, stop. Why? Why did you shave the bird? Stop.
Or just into logic is a joke. We all have a worldview. We all have a belief system that none of us can prove is true.
It's like a bald cockatoo.
So we all have faith. So the real...
I just want to give him a blanket.
difference is... Are
you cold?
The object of our faith. Obviously, Stuart's object of his faith and Cliff's, my object for my faith is Jesus Christ, is God. And I don't know what the object of your faith is, but you have an object that you have put your faith in. So we need to be honest that we all have faith. So then the next question becomes, what's the evidence that whatever the object of your faith is, what's the evidence that that is reliable? And I would argue that the evidence points to God's existence and to the reliability of Christ being far more reliable than any of the other options.
Yeah, I know. Rhetorically, I get it, what he's saying. But the thing with Cliff here is that he doesn't hold to the reliability of a one true church, the Orthodox Church, that the idea that Christ actually gave us singular church. So he points to, yeah, I rely on God and Jesus Christ, and that's what I put my faith in, but that he doesn't put faith into the church he was given either, right? So it's kind of, You know, he's philosophizing his faith in Christ, but he's not actualizing it.
Yeah, I feel like apologetics serves its purpose of getting you to a point where you realize that no one's irrational, even in the religious space.
Jay posted a video about the video "Don't Become an Orthobro" by Amen Dosmi. Are they Orthodox?
Or the atheist space, if they've thoroughly examined
I don't know who that is.
all possible options on the table. But it doesn't do the satisfying thing of converting you like that. I've engaged as much as a 20-year-old can who knows nothing about the world so far in a lot of apologetics and worked closely with Alex O'Connor and seen you guys give countless arguments against different theodicies. And it's all so fascinating. But it doesn't feel like the true conversion for anyone happens with this left brain approach to the world, where you get a syllogism for God's existence and then you're convinced. In fact, it doesn't really feel like you even choose to get convinced at all. Something kind of falls into your lap maybe that flicks some sort of lever in your brain or in your heart for you guys or soul that gets you to take that leap of faith.
He's right there. Yeah, that's actually not a bad way of summarizing that. You're going to have to include your experiential. That ultimately an argument's not going to get you to what you need to get to. It'll get you kind of pointing in a direction, it'll get you to a concept of the direction, but it doesn't get you into practice.
And I don't feel like that lever's been flipped anywhere in me yet. I don't quite know what it is that would make it flip, and maybe that's okay.
I think you...
Father Stephen DeYoung goes on there. Wait, on where? He goes on the video, or I don't understand. What do you mean? He goes on where? Goes on there. On the thing that Jason said? Or don't be an ortho bro.
Brought up the divorce rate in London earlier, and it's like flipping a coin because it's 50%. I think you have some level of desire.
Get your elbows off the table. Did I not teach you anything?
For the love of parents.
You little brat.
It's to remain.
I hit you with the belt.
Well, that's something immaterial. As an atheist, you have to go home to your girlfriend and you have to say, hey, my neurons are firing a certain way. My oxytocin, my chemical is basically saying, hey, let's cuddle on the couch. But I don't truly love you as an immaterial idea. That's just mumbo jumbo. But I think, no, there's something out there. It's immaterial and you can't get a pound of love physically. And so the immaterial exists, and that's connected to the immaterial God, I would say. And so when it comes to things like parents, the most painful psychological thing that a child can go through is the divorce of parents. There's nothing.
Amados, that makes me hungry. Amendosme, kind of makes me want to eat with my hands. Oh, it looks like he's Orthodox. Don't be an ortho bro. Where? How to live an Orthodox Christian life. Don't become an ortho bro. Okay. Look, there might be some truth to this. Look, I'm not going to judge it beforehand, right? I'm not going to just judge.
For new converts going into orthodoxy, specifically to men, it's easy to fall into the online ortho-bro path.
Yeah.
How would you recommend that new converts stay away from being too ortho-bro, but also not too far away from embracing the orthodox faith?
All right, so the online extremes. So this is what this really boils down to. This question really boils down to is like the online extremes. And this does kind of bring it neatly full circle back to the thing we started talking about at the very beginning. Because the way to avoid that is by actually getting out and actually doing the faith.
Christian, you can say about those two as much as you want. I do think they are a good stepping stone. Well, that's a way of looking at it. Ultimately, he rejects the true church. So when he gets pressed on it and corrected on it, he actually doubles down. And so, fine. You can look at them as a potential compass. Fine. But the thing is, when you're talking about them as people, Cliff has been refuted a number of times, and he just doesn't care. So,
in your parish with the real people, because you'll quickly find that you're not, orthodoxy.
Who is Amen Dumzi, though? Who is that?
His next greatest saint. You'll quickly find that you're just a regular guy who can barely keep a basic prayer rule together and needs to be more patient with the people who live under his roof.
The problem is, like, you can't just throw the word orthobro around. You have to say, is it a pejorative? Is it a certain set of behaviors that some are justified, some aren't? Like, is it just debating at all? Because some people are like, just debating is ortho thugs. Or shout out orthothugs. Shout out to orthothugs. Just debating is orthobro-y, right? You know, like what are we talking about here? Like if you just I get it. I get the colloquial sense of the word bro. Like militant, zeal, aggressive. Yeah, I get it. Okay, there's a thing there, okay? When you're Orthodox and you have an online account, you're an orthobro, apparently. Yeah. The question's too vague, yeah.
The basics will humble you. And I think that the biggest way to avoid the online extremes, get into a parish and embrace the basics humbling you. Really embrace the fact that that if you just try to get from, right now it's just past the middle of April. Yeah, we're in the 22nd of April. Well, if you're trying to get between here and the 22nd of December with no hiccups in your prayer rule, good luck. Especially if you're new, right? Well, I mean, if let the basics humble you and show you really how far you have to go and embrace that. You will stop being theoretical really quick. You will stop looking down on others and their grasp of the Christian faith really quick, because you're going to see how much you need for your own repentance. Look at your own sins and say, I'm actually way farther off than I thought I was. And embrace dealing with that. So letting the basics humble you, letting a life of actual repentance humble you. Don't gloss over it. Because I guarantee you don't have it down. And the thing is, the saints, that's where they lived. The saints, the saints weren't trying to get into the church and like day 4 have complex topics, have complex arguments about systemic theology. They're like, can I actually pray unceasingly?
I hate that it's assumed that orthobros is corrosive. Yeah, it's a well poisoning. It happened, and that's just happened, right? Which is funny because the irony is that the orthobro phenomenon and terminology, its origin was an event that was geared toward, coincidentally, managing early convert zeal, right? Like, how do you manage it, right? Like, that's the irony of it, is that like the whole phenomenon, at least the word is actually sourced in the act of managing the thing that people think needs to be managed. It's like, yeah.
Recently, can I actually?
I think Jay was saying it was strange that the video was dropped shortly after Jay going after. Oh, people going after Jay.
Treat people according to the gospel. Okay, I kept my mouth from saying angry words, but my heart's troubled. I haven't made it very far. I'll give you a couple examples. In The Ladder of Divine Ascent by St. John of the Ladder. In The Ladder of Divine Ascent, there's a step on anger. And he gives 3 rungs just on under control. But not be perturbed about otherwise angry situations to begin with. Have been in the church for decades, who have given their life to their existence to a life of prayer and repentance, are still struggling on step 1. You are not better. Let the basics humble you. Like, that's the big thing. The Desert Fathers, they did better than us on a lot of things, because we get.
I guess, yeah. That goes without saying. I don't think anything's actually being referenced here, though. It's just like kind of like this ambiguous term, orthobro. You could conceive of or experience a negative connotation to orthobro. You can conceive of a positive one. We're talking about behaviors, and honestly, when it comes down to it, each behavior of each person, that's ultimately gonna be something between them and their priest and their spiritual father, and it's managed basically in reality that way anyway. So, I don't know. Going after Ortland. Yeah, Ortland. Yeah, that whole thing is that whole world is awfully silent in the wake of exposing, which was already exposed, but it's somehow highlighted now, how truly modern all of that stuff is. Like Gavin Ortland. I didn't need to hear anything more from that guy once he said the church is an organism that's evolving, and he was using evolution terms for the church. Not even referencing the true church, but like even his conception of a church is a multiplicity of similar organisms that have different expressions. You're like, what? Like, you're done. It's over. In fact, that stuff filters itself out anyway. You know, my challenge, being myself a type of an orthobro, my challenge is how much of it is an obligation for me in the field that I'm in. How much of an obligation do I have to point out falsities and point out counterfeits and point out things that don't make sense? You know, how much of it is pointing out what is wrong and what's untrue, and how much of it is pointing toward what is true? And that's a balance. That's definitely a balance for anybody, regardless of where they're at. So that's kind of how I look at this stuff. That it's not like wrong. There's nothing wrong with, quote, being an orthobro, because you're going to have to wake up to the fact that online is the mechanism. That's one of the key mechanisms. And guess what? If you don't populate yourself, if you're geared toward, if it's your gift, if it's right for you, if it's the place for you, if you don't populate, like the government, populate the place, the mechanism with your view, it gets overpopulated with not your view. It's really simple. So understanding the nature of the internet and the nature of YouTube and online stuff and debating and X, yeah, it could get really gross. Yeah, it could get pretty aggressive. Yeah, I've definitely said things that I would never say in person. I've said things that I would never say to even a fellow parishioner, maybe. Sure. But the thing is, like, that's a different topic than whether or not orthodoxy should be aggressively populating the internet. It should. It shouldn't be presented as the practice, orthodoxy, but the space is taken over. You're wondering, like, how is it that the United States was literally taken over by dispensationalists? Well, they populated. They populated any aspect that they needed to for that to be the case. So you can't just be like shield off and be like shut down and be like, well, I'll just let the most influential mechanism that's ever existed in humankind to just be subject and wielded by my opposition. No. Can you prove that orthodoxy is the true church? Yeah, you could take the combination of its metaphysics, its Christology, and its historicity from the beginning. You can trace, there's a list, you could trace it historically. Then the unchanging practices, what the liturgy is, what it looks like, that can be traced throughout the ages. And so, yeah, if Christ started a true church, the true church would have a succession, and the true church would be would have an uncut chain in history, and that's what orthodoxy shows. My local priest literally says we should not promote orthodoxy. There might be a truth to that. Like, that's you got to maybe grasp like what promote means. You know, you share orthodoxy. Like, if someone asks who you are and what you are, you say orthodoxy. So being pious, good people, being at peace, even as Saint Seraph said, you know, being in the spirit of peace will convert thousands. But, you know, there's kind of a, you know, if you look at it from this perspective, being pious, a good person, and being at peace is a promotion of orthodoxy. So maybe he's referring to something very specific, like, you know, you're waving a flag or doing a thing. From that perspective, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. It looks bad. It doesn't work actually. Like you couldn't do street orthodoxy. You couldn't do street orthodoxy. It doesn't make sense. And he knocked online debates. Well, that's a per priest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like not all the priests are going to agree with that view. Because, there are debates. Historically, the church has had debates. Now, the difference would be like the debates that the church had weren't just lay people. So there's a good point there. But I don't know the stats, but given that online, the mechanism of online gives people a new introduction to orthodoxy that they've never seen before, if a man in particular, it's usually the men, is inquiring into orthodoxy and the arguments for church history affect their trajectory toward orthodoxy, it would be very hard to say that's not a net positive for people. That's what I think. It's like if there's a section of men who are particularly drawn into church history arguments and theological arguments, and that gets them into the door, I just I don't see how that could be. Yeah. See way too many catechumens? That's true. That's true. Yeah, you just can't we shouldn't be giving ground to heresy, to heretics. They take over everything. It's the same argument against people who call themselves Christians, even heterodox Christians that argue against progressive invasion and corrosion. And then you go, well, would you like to take your ethics into the seat of government and influence law? And they're like, no, I would never do that. That's wrong. It's like, okay, well, you can't complain that the progressives have the helm of culture, media, entertainment, journalism, education, and then be like, yeah, I don't want it either. You're like, I just don't want them driving. Who do you want driving? I don't know, just not them. Okay. Fine. Well, don't complain then. I think what you, Dyer, Andrew, Rachel, DPH, etc., is exactly what is needed. You guys don't evangelize but defend the faith and have helped many come to the church. Yeah, and maybe here's how I look at it, Jason. I don't just defend what I do and that's that. Like, I'm definitely open to spiritual advice and guidance for even what I do. You know what I mean? I don't just like fight and go like, well, no, I'm just going to do what I do. Like, I'm open to correction. And this gets into a little bit of a interesting territory, because there is a phenomenon where we're fighting against tone policing, for instance, from the sewing circle Christians, where all they have is a tone police. They just tone policing. Oh, I don't like what you said. I don't like how you said it. Now, even though that's true that they have no leg to stand on, and that's not ultimately not an argument, and ultimately we're going to scoff at that and laugh at it a bit because what are you talking about? Like let's get into the facts or whatever. But at the same time, I think how we approach people and how we behave is actually reflective. Now, I talked to different people about this before and how sometimes we're in good standing and we're representing our faith in a way that's positive and people like it and they're responsive to it even, right? Maybe it's effective in them even checking it out, right? And then we take ownership over that and we go, oh, I'm, good. I did a good job or whatever. Not like a pride way. You're just acknowledging, okay, I'm glad that I could help. I'm glad that I could be someone who points people to orthodoxy. But if we ever move people away, I don't think, at least for me, I don't think saying, like, if I said, like, well, I'm not an orthodox example, right? I'm just a chief sinner. Like, don't look at me. I'm not an orthodox representative. I'm not. I don't. You know, like I don't. We can't. I can't do that. I can't be like I'm not orthodox when it doesn't go well. Like when I'm not being good, I can't say, well, I don't represent orthodoxy. Like in a sense, I think an orthodox person has to face the reality that if you're orthodox, you're actually always orthodox. Once you're orthodox, you're orthodox. You know? Now you could say I am not an orthodox apologist when it comes down to the legitimacy or authority in which you speak about doctrine, of course. But we have to be orthodox. Like we have to always be like, yeah, I'm orthodox. How I am is actually a reflection of orthodoxy. Who I am is a reflection of orthodoxy. There's no way around it. There's no way out of that. And no, it doesn't apply to Cliff Netchell. He's not orthodox. I'm orthodox. I like that word. I like that word. I'm going to take it. Yes. Yeah, that's a distinction. That's the distinction that needs to be made. Like what you say, you can say, what I say doesn't count as authority. And you could say, I'm not an authority, but you're still orthodox. So there's a distinction that needs to be made for what you say in regards to the faith and its doctrine or Christology, whatever you're saying, and go, look, I'm not the authority on this. But that's a difference between like how you are, who you are, what you say still reflects orthodoxy, even if it's not the same category as I'm speaking as an authority. I'm sick of doormat Christianity. It's so refreshing to see Orthodox debaters take a more offensive position in calling out false religions. Yeah, it's beautiful. I think it's amazing. I think it's like a true type of spiritual warfare of this time that we're in. It's just happening in a field that's completely foreign to all of church history. It's like, what is the internet? Like, this is the weirdest thing ever. It's like a very bizarre phenomenon. Crazy. So you're like, you know, older generations are like, I don't know what this is. I've never, like, I don't connect with whatever is happening. Yeah, that's probably common. But it would be a lie to say that it's going to be millions of people who through the internet, for whatever reason, find orthodoxy. That's just the reality. Yeah. Yeah, I do that all the time. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Anywho, what's that? Hey, 7 minutes, 7 chats. 7 minutes, 7 chats. You're still human, bro. Bro. Was raised by my father with his quote, remember when you leave the house to act kindly because you have our last name. Yeah. Nice, Beef Castle. Beautiful. You found orthodoxy through online apologetics, being baptized in 2 weeks. Beautiful. I'm not allowed to debate any other Orthodox? What do you mean? You're told you can't debate against another Orthodox? I don't understand. What would you debate an Orthodox person about? It wouldn't be about Orthodoxy, right? Yes, Beef Castle. Glory to God. That's awesome. Love it. Just love it. Read his other. Oh, okay. I didn't see it. A good priest said something like, "We often say we are only human. That's not true. We are fallen human. Let us become human as Jesus Christ is fully man." Nice. Nice. I agree. I do have a pretty epic beard. Okay. Oh! No, I didn't. I just covered it, and I railed into him about, like, just on my stream about it. He was way out. What do the kids say? Out of pocket. Like, I think he knows. It was like a weird, like, even his own audience, except for some of the more filthy ones, were like, I don't know about that attack. I found Andrew by accident and found Jim Bob Dyer, DPH, through him. Was at a point I was coming back to God, but I was leaning to Catholicism, but you guys steered me toward Orthodox. Yeah, that's another thing, Jason, that people have to, I think, on a big, wide scale, like especially in the West, people are rejecting materialism. People are rejecting all of this nonsense, progressivism. We're in an era where people are saying boys can have periods. Like, it's lunacy. So there's like this tendency to correct it, and then you overcorrect, but you can find yourself, if you don't examine it, you might just find yourself in anything that'll have you. That's traditional, Islam included. So that's great. I mean, that's a perfect example of like why, like maybe the rigidity of some apologetics and church history and debate and all of this stuff, to having, if there's access to it, you can avoid, you know, as Jason just said, entering into some other position that, you know, doesn't work. So there it is. Thank you, Jason, so much for that. Taxes are due. Now that we know that we're the only religion fighting with one hand tied behind our backs, no more. Yeah. Thank you, Jason, for sweeping up the leftovers there. I really appreciate you. God bless you. There's other things that need to be debated. Yeah, I mean, going against Zionism is like, I would say, on the one of the top of the list. That's what I think. Because it's not just geopolitics. It's not like, it's actually a perversion of theology, first and foremost. It's a pervert. It's like the secondary argument. Oh, you know how much money we spend on it? Like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, but the first and foremost thing that's important is the broken theology of dispensationalism. That's like, it's rampant, and they're so loud. These people, they have massive platforms. These people, it's nuts. To watch. It's nuts. Let's get some monarchy debates. That's a good one. I might do that for Scud. Monarchy. Nice. Monarchist pilled. Yeah. Didn't Paul say the Jews were still special? No, not in the way. No, that's exactly the perversion of dispensationalism. You're not referring to the same people. You're just not referring to the same people. Abortion, yeah, that's a key one. Abortion is crazy. Once you add the numbers, you're like, wow. Like, combine the horror of abortion with the horror of not being able to replace our society with other people. Like, just that single, if you add up the people, that's like two issues in one right there. It's kind of funny, but I found orthodoxy because Jay Dyer was on Ruslan. I see. Amazing. Amazing. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they're special, all right, David. That's right. That's a t-shirt. It's embedded in everything, though. People think like, oh, no, it's just a topical problem. It's not a big deal. I mean, we have relations to all sorts of countries. What's the problem? No. It's theological. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual perversion. If we're fighting with one hand tied behind our backs, then put on some brass knuckles. I made some brass knuckles once. When I get back to my metalsmithing, God willing, I get a studio up again, I can make some epic brass knuckles. Calling dibs on Evo is racist, that's funny, yeah. That's going to be a funny one. Evo is racist. Fear, yeah, it's kind of like the COVID thing. The social fear, ostracization, being called an anti-Semite because you're like, wait a second. Can we... Look, I have my concerns about those people, but can we focus in on Zionism itself as a philosophy, as a theology? I'll get to the people themselves. Just wait. Hold my beer. Yeah, that's why we have to take over. Like, that's what it is. It's like, it has to be law. And anyone who says, well, no, I believe in my faith. I'm very deeply rooted in my faith. I just don't believe in making law based on it. It's like, do you think murder's immoral? Oh, yeah, no, murder's immoral. Okay. Is abortion murdering a human? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you have a point. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, sorry about that. My bad. Other exciting news. We have a whole 14, we'll probably end up with 15 or 16 students. So any of you guys who did end up signing up to the iconography class that the Greek iconographer who's flying from Greece to teach, thank you for registering. I'll be a student there with you guys. That's pretty exciting, happening in July. I'm pretty pumped about that. Pretty excited about that. Listening to evangelical radio stations during their polemical panels on Catholicism, Orthodoxy, and apologetics for Zionism is especially aggravating. I could imagine. Orthodoxy. People really, I have a lot more to learn about iconography, what an icon is, what it means, etc. But when I look online, especially like Twitter and stuff, people really have a strange, very flattened understanding of it. Like, so one-dimensional. Like, they really think like... I saw this dude's argument. It was so bad. It was like God is not an image. Christ is an image. Christ isn't God. That was his argument. I was like, what do you think an image means? Video? No, you can email me and I'll give you a link, Christian. The only reason is, like, I don't know, some section of my audience hates me. So I'm not gonna make all that stuff too public. But Christian, you could email me at madebyjimbob@gmail.com, and I will send you the link. Poor Neil. Gnostic Neil's. That dude's lost, dude. Poor guy. I don't know if you guys saw that exchange. Some Mormon or LDS posted something. And I was like, could you give any evidence of Joseph Smith's claims without appealing to Joseph Smith? It's a very particular challenge there about Joseph Smith in particular. And Neil comes in, he goes, you guys do the same thing with the Bible. And I said, the Bible is not a single person making a claim. And by the way, Joseph Smith's claims rely on contrasting claims in the Bible. So it ends up being, at some level, the Christian challenging Joseph Smith to his claims and making them work within the Christian paradigm. And he wouldn't budge, the guy. He wouldn't budge. It's like, dude, you're insufferable. Shut up, Neil. You have no purpose. It's like his entire identity is about history, and his standard is if it's written in a book and you appeal to any book for the claim, then suddenly it's out the window. Oh, well, there goes your entire volume of history that you study. Yes. Yeah, the one guy said it's okay to write yourself into Genesis. Yeah, because he's a prophet. Neil Androthal, that's funny. Nice one. Yeah, it's the Islamic dilemma. Yeah. I even asked Neil that. I said, Neil, do you know the Islamic dilemma or what? He doesn't care. I was patient. I thought I was pretty patient. I mean, I raised my voice a little just to add some character, but he was hard to talk to, man. That guy was rough. I was like, jeez. Make me tired. Making me tired. I was Christian until I read the Bible. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
This claim plenty of times. I was a Christian in...
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Hanging out with Tovia Singer. Well, yeah, it's him and the other dude, right? Derek Mythvision. It's just... he gets obliterated in tag. He doesn't get it. He ends up being a good sport when he gets whooped, though. I gotta give it to Neil. He doesn't take stuff personally. He'll still cheers you with a beer after. So I'll hand it. Neil's tough-skinned. So that's good. What's your take on the flirt to convert women? Oh, flirt to convert. I mean, that's not what's going to convert people. So I get the sentiment. It's more like ultimately that's a question of whether or not men should convert women to orthodoxy. I think 100%. So I mean, if you're a dude and you're trying to find your wife, you're going to probably flirt with her. And ultimately, if you convert her, then I guess that's true. Logic is not Neil's strong suit. If you're gonna be dumb, you got to get tough. Yeah, it's true. If I email you, can I get on Discord? I mean, you can get on Discord anyway, Jess. What happened? Anyone can get on Discord. What you said about their fans, Gia and Derek, was almost prophetic. It's so bad. It's really bad. It's bad. It ain't good over there. What else? What else we got here? Anything else? Biggest problems with the reason for God? Let me see what the... Speaking of Derek, let's see if he's learning anything.
It's a lot to read, but
Let's see what he got here. Always add piano music, okay?
Dr. Richard Carrier, I have another Patreon member supporting me, helping make this possible. Nick, thanks a lot, man. He says, hello, I have another
Beautiful,
question for
Christian.
Dr. Carrier. Can you please ask him to summarize his articles, Timothy Keller, Dishonest Reasons for God, and elaborate on the most powerful arguments against that book? Maybe top 3?
Oh, God, okay.
To my shame, I did not read those articles yet. It's a lot to read, but I would like a summary.
Yeah, it's actually a series, right? So it's a series of articles. It's a comprehensive critique of
Someone needs a wedgie.
Timothy Keller's book, Reasons for God, right? So
chill.
The reason is it's been for a while like one of the top Christian apologetics books. So it's like one of the most read books.
Okay, nerd.
Used to be that was like for a while it was Lee Strobel, right? And then for a while it was Josh McDowell, quite famously. So I've done critiques of them all in various forms, but
who listens to that? Who even watches that for more than 3 seconds? Okay, like I'm trying to find things to critique, and it's so bad and so boring that I can't even. I can't even stop. It's like no one even cares. Why am I pretending anyone cares? Even. All right, who's got a debate tonight? You said Jay has a debate tonight. Is that happening? That's good. Be interesting to see you do an analysis of the Elephants in the Room's channel breakdown of Helen Keller. I did. It's funny you should say that. I just did that. I watched this Myth Vision guy a few times. I don't know if he's an atheist. He's an atheist. Yeah. But I heard a rumor. Well, he's pretty up front about everything. So, I think he was a, what was he, a Mormon? He definitely grew up Christian, or pseudo-Christian. Pastor? Nice. What's the topic, though? I forgot. What is it? What is it? Oh, that dude. Yeah. I've seen him debate. Pastor Shelley. He's going to get completely obliterated. Ooh, that's tempting. It almost makes me want to do a evening stream. Oh, that's tempting. Oh, man, that's tempting. That's really tempting. To do a review of that live. Ooh. I have to convene with my family. Do it. Because Jay doesn't dual stream, so you kind of miss that element, you know? You don't get the fun commentary. And I have, like, I'm a little bit on a tear. I gotta watch it. I'm on a little tear. Megan's just dealing with drunk Bob, like. Can you review Rant for Vengeance? Rant for Vengeance? The heck who is that? Rant for Vengeance? What's that? Anime? What? Anime? No. Can you critique the Thinking Atheist reaction to Joe Rogan? It's really cringe. Oh, I remember that guy. I might be able to debate, who was it? Someone just, Breakfast Tacos just reached out and was like, Do you want to debate the amazing atheist? Oh, the amazing atheist. Yeah, I would probably debate him. Depending on what. Oh, the thinking atheist, this guy. Oh, yeah. Wait, Joe Rogan? He's the worst, dude. This guy's the worst. Talk about someone with radio voice. Hi, this is the thinking atheist, Seth Andrews. The Republicans. I don't actually see a review on him and Joe Rogan. I see what's recent here. I see Dinner Theater, Playing God. He plays the new Jesus video game. Tucker Carlson. Man, I can't. It's just looking at his face, I don't even. I love your role in the cringecore classic Empire Strikes Back. Thanks. Thank you. Where is it recent? I see he's in a conversation with some hairband guy. No illusions. No illusions? Is that a play on words? No illusions? No illusions, man. Just stop. You gotta stop. You can't be doing this. You can't be doing that. No illusions?
He has the voice of an angel, except that it actually exists.
He has the wit of Diogenes, the hair of Thor.
A man so hot, Christianity couldn't.
I mean, how are they so surprised that holy wars exist? You know what I mean? How are they so... Like, what's surprising about it? You know what I mean? Like, is it really that surprising? No. Not surprising. No malicious. Apparently I have a very low tolerance today. So, there's that. Yeah, cringe is right. I can't even deal with it. This is why Skeptic Tube died. It did. It's beautiful. It just died so bad. The whole skeptic world. And they don't even know. They don't know that everyone packed up. They're still sitting at their benches and stuff. Still eating lunch at the lunch table. And we're like, hello. You guys are done. It's over. They're like, God isn't real. Do you have any evidence for God? Everyone moved on. Do you have any evidence? Any good evidence? Any good evidence for God? Do you have any... Can you show me any evidence for... Why should I believe in God? Why should I believe in God? I gotta eat lunch. I'm hungry, guys. All right, well, let me think about it. It's only 10 to 2, but usually I go into the wee afternoon hours. But given that it's a possibility, I'll think about it tonight. I'll think about it. I'm gonna give my voice a rest here. I've heard enough of myself. I need another coffee too. So the Helen Keller breakdown was, you guys, what was that? Was it Saturday? Was it Saturday? Someone could tell you. It's either Saturday or Friday. So you could check that. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty funny, actually. People told me. Vikings are on the rise. So yeah, that's funny. Vikings. Yeah, like Adam Green. Watch out. Watch out. Rant for Vengeance is a conservative guy who is a counter woke slop in the media, comics and stuff. I think he could push towards orthodoxy. You know what? Let me take more of a digestive approach of his stuff, so I can not do it like just like super on the fly. I have him in my queue here. Besides that, thank you for the support. Is anyone live that you'd like to frequent? Anybody? Anything? Anybody? Anything? Anybody? Anything? Is there anybody you'd like to say? Especially after watch Bay. Let's check it. Let's check it. Anyway, prayers for Metatron. You know, God bless him. He just became a father. Beautiful. That'll keep you pressing on your ideas, and you know, hopefully he's guided in the right direction, and hopefully you guys, in any way you support him or know him, do as much guiding for a Metatron toward orthodoxy as possible. How does John steal live twice? Which one's one of them's vertical and one of them's not. That's usually what happens. Anyway, you guys are going to Big John Steele. Off you go. Off you go. Out you go. Go on. Go on. Go on. Again, if you like the songs, both the intro and the outro, you can find the creator, Hello Listener. He has his own YouTube, Hello Listener. You can also find him on Bandcamp, Hello Listener. He just released an album of 30 songs that you can purchase and have on your devices for, you know, working out and, you know, pickleball. So think about that. In the meantime, maybe I'll see you later tonight. I'll think about it. Talk to the lady. See if we have any plans. And if not, you know, might as well. I like watching debates against Sola Scriptura. Like, I just really like it. So, plus I have like 3 more beers in the fridge. So, I'm trying to finish that. All right. God bless you all. Maybe I'll see you later. Maybe I won't. Adios.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.